Order du jour.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-31, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and the Public Service Employment Act.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Vancouver Quadro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is we're coming to third reading of this important bill now, and I think I'd like to just begin by recounting how we've come to this place. This was the recommendations for amendments to the Canadian Elections Act emanated from the report of the Chief Electoral Officer following the January 2006 election. That is a normal of course. He reports out on the activities of the election and points out any failings or improvements that may be made in the election process. He produced that report, and of course we went on to consider it in committee. There was the committee report which went to the government, and this bill is the answer, which falls very much in line with both the Chief Electoral Officer's report and the Committee on Procedures and House Affairs report back to the government, and so this will bring into force for the most part, the recommended amendments from the Chief Electoral Officer. Mr. Speaker, the notion of our elections and the integrity of our elections is absolutely critical to our democracy as it is anywhere else in the world, and it's interesting that Canadians are asked to monitor and to help establish electoral commissions and the rules and the procedures for elections in many newly democratizing countries. Simply in the last few years, we've, of course, in the Ukraine, had a major Canada Corps participation in that. We've had Canadian teams of electoral monitors and electoral advisors in the Palestinian Authority, in Afghanistan. We had a team of Canadians officials in Bangladesh preparing for the election that should have taken place last month but has been delayed because of disruptions in that country. But the point is, Mr. Speaker, that we are seen as a country which has a sound electoral system, and we must, as our first responsibility to our democratic condition, ensure that that integrity continues and it is improved wherever it can be. So the amendments to this Act mainly deal with the identification of the voter. And, Mr. Speaker, when we go internationally, and I've had that privilege of going on a Canadian team in 1990 to Nicaragua to monitor an extremely contentious election, and you might recall, Mr. Speaker, that was when the Nicaraguans were in the middle of the civil war with the Contra rebels, and it was a very dangerous time, and yet the Sandinista government was submitting itself to free and fair elections, and that's the standard we use, Mr. Speaker. And I recall being up in the Honduran, Nicaraguan mountains in the northwest of the country, checking out small voting stations, one a broken-down old schoolhouse in the mountains, where there were literally hundreds of people lined up in the very, very hot sun, many who have walked for many hours to be able to exercise their right to vote. And there was one very poignant moment, Mr. Speaker, where a woman who had been literally walked for 2 hours, lined up for 2 hours, got to the front of the line and did not have her proper identification, and she was heading back another 2 hours, 4 hours both ways to her village to get her voter card to come back. That was the importance she placed on going through that electoral process, and it also reflected the seriousness with which the Nicaraguan Electoral Commission, under the direction or guidance, advice from Canadian officials, the seriousness with which they were taking the integrity. So when we have a standard internationally that we're often asked to monitor, advise on and monitor, the question is an election free and fair? And of course, freedom means the freedom, the right of all citizens, adult citizens, to vote in an election. But fair means that it has integrity, that there are not opportunities to stuff ballot boxes. There are not opportunities for people to disguise their identity and vote improperly. And that integrity is absolutely critical if we're going to ask of our citizens that they come forward and put their trust in the electoral and democratic system. So free and fair is immensely important. Mr. Speaker, we know in the 2000 elections, in the presidential elections in the U.S., the confusion that was caused in Florida when voting machines were found not to be operating properly. There were irregularities, and that cast a pall over that election, which I think many Americans to this day have not recovered from in terms of the feeling of unfairness that vote may well have gone the other way had there not been those irregularities. So look at the process under Bill C-31, Mr. Speaker. It's not perfect. It probably never will be, but it's a reasonable advance in ensuring the integrity of that vote. There are improvements for access, for instance, for the disabled. There are more convenient locations for the advanced polls. The access from candidates and officials to gated communities is clarified. The candidates' access to malls, privately owned public spaces, has been clarified. This is immensely important for any of us who have been candidates, and increasingly it's not knocking on doors that you're going to meet people. You're going to meet people in the malls. So that's important. And also there is an increased effort to get electoral officials to people unable to get to the polls, these outreach provisions. So I think these are immensely important, but we must make sure that our citizens have adequate access, but we must have vigilance against any irregularities. Now, what we have done in the committee, both receiving the Chief Electoral Officer's report and then considering it ourselves and then considering the government's response in C-31, is to turn our attention, and all members of the committee, I think from all parties, were very seriously attending to the question of whether we were putting barriers. There were barriers in the way to people. They may be in remote communities, in Aboriginal villages. They may be in inner cities, and people who are living in shelters or the homeless. How can we ensure, to the greatest extent possible, without risking the integrity of the system, that these people have access to vote? And I think that's probably the toughest situation that all of us had to face. And we charged the Chief Electoral Officer to do a number of things. One was to ensure that areas of low enumeration and low participation were identified, targeted, and with extra resources to attempt to ensure access to identification and the voting process. We also asked, and this goes to remote Aboriginal villages where we heard evidence of people having difficulty having the adequate identification, and we charged the Chief Electoral Officer to, first of all, recognize the status card, the Aboriginal status card, which has a picture on it. It doesn't always have the address, but that card would be one of the recognized pieces of identification, and a letter from the band manager if the address wasn't on it, just confirming that person's residence in that reserve area or wherever they might live. So those are reasonable attempts to deal with this tension between freedom and security of the system, freedom to vote. And it's immensely important, Mr. Speaker, that we not drop our bar of the integrity of the system below that of which we expect and we advise and we monitor other countries during their electoral processes. So it's an extremely important role we have. We've heard evidence from representatives of student groups, from people who work in, for instance, the downtown east side of Vancouver, where homeless in particular or people in shelters have difficulty getting the adequate identification to secure their vote. And I think the way we deal with the balance between integrity and freedom is not by lowering the bar so low that it could be open to abuse and therefore to just dropping our citizens' belief in the integrity of the system. If they don't believe in it, they're not going to use it, and voting rates are going to continue to plummet. So we are concerned, and I think we should express our concerns not by dropping our standards, but rather by redoubling our efforts through our Electoral Commission and the Chief Electoral's Office to get to those areas, to get to those people where there is evidence of low participation. Now, more broadly, Mr. Speaker, as we talk about the Elections Act, we must in this country, and we are in some parts, in some provinces, attend to the issue of electoral reform. We simply cannot continue to have dropping participation rates and to have fractured minority governments which do not properly represent the majority of the people in this country. We have to have some reform that will not do away with our constituency-based first-past-the-post system, but at least apply some adequate level of participation and proportionality so that the number of seats in this House represent in some better proportion than they do now the percentage of the vote achieved. And we've had some good experience with that, both in this country and abroad. In 2004, in the throne speech of the former Liberal government, with the encouragement, I must say, of the NDP, we put in that speech from the throne the objective of studying electoral reform. A special committee of the House was to look into this. This was one of the processes that was cut short by the, may I say so, Mr. Speaker, unnecessary election of January 2006.
And what a disaster it was for all.
There we are, Mr. Speaker, and here we are, and what are we going to do about it? Well, we're going to, I think, Mr. Speaker, charge, and I would suggest that the Procedure and House Affairs Standing Committee of this House is the appropriate venue and place for this to be considered very, very carefully. The government, through the Prime Minister, announced 2, maybe 3 weeks ago that, in fact, there was going to be a communication with a consultation with Canadians over issues of electoral reform, Senate reform, decorum in this House, very important issue, and public engagement. And that's a bit curious, Mr. Speaker, because most of those topics, except for electoral reform, although that got started and stopped, the government has already put bills forward on. So it seems to me to be a bit backwards to start a consultation process after you have already presented bills on parliamentary reform to this House. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, let's look at the quality of what was suggested. $900,000 tender being put out to a polling firm and yet unknown think tank to hold a few consultations called deliberative across the country. Well, you can call something deliberative, Mr. Speaker, without it being anything close to deliberative if there isn't the proper information brought forward, the time taken to advise people and have them well informed on the issues and the options and the different models, and then have a true conversation and set of recommendations. And this has happened, is happening now in the province of Ontario with their Citizens' Assembly, very much patterned after the Citizens' Assembly process in British Columbia, which before their last election identified an alternative form of electoral process. Now, in that process, it was deliberative. It went for about a year and a half. It was a widely representative group of about 178 people. And in fact, at the last election, where the referendum was held at the same time on whether we would stay with first past the post or whether we would move to this recommended by the Citizens' Assembly new electoral form, a single transferable vote system, which is quite complicated. 58% of the people who voted in that election voted in favor of that change from our current system. And the threshold was set at 60%, which is very high. But when you think that there was 58% represented, that's a very, very significant desire for change, certainly by a majority of the people. So we're watching it. That will come forward again for vote, a referendum at the next BC provincial election in 3 years. So we'll see where that goes. We'll see where Ontario goes. But federally, Mr. Speaker, quite apart from having polling companies and think tanks do some kind of quick, superficial testing of the atmosphere across the country, we want, in this country, to look at it federally in an extremely in-depth way with a lot of consultation. And let me advise this House, Mr. Speaker, through you, that in fact that process to a great extent has already happened. The Law Commission of Canada in 2004 published a massive study, and the Law Commission legislation, which charges that independent public commission to look into whether the laws of Canada properly conform to the social reality and the needs of the people, did probably one of the most in-depth research jobs, first of all, on voting systems in other democratic countries compared to Canada, and also then looked at the different models that are going forward, and came out and recommended, on balance, that we add an element of proportionality, not to do away with our current system, but to add an element of impartiality, proportionality to it. And I commend this report to all members of the House. It's on the Law Commission of Canada website. Now, I commend all members of Parliament and everyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, to do it quickly, because as you may recall, that the government's announcement in the fall in its economic update announced that it would eliminate basically the budget for the Law Commission of Canada. And so they may lose their website as of April 1st, and then we may have less of an opportunity for Canadians to see that fine work, that reasoning, that research, and the consultation which the Commission is charged by its statute to undergo. It's extremely thoughtful, and that's the way, I think the way we should go forward. So nothing wrong with polling, nothing wrong with some deliberative discussions across the country with a think tank, but, Mr. Speaker, the place where these issues should be decided and studied, and the consultation with Canadians should take place, is through this House and the members of this House, and in particular either a special committee or the Procedure and House Affairs Committee of this House, because that is our responsibility. And secondly, we should be looking to the statutorily independent expert Law Commission of Canada for the fine work they've done and build on it rather than simply ignore it. So those are my remarks, Mr. Speaker. I'm speaking in favor of this bill at third reading, but I must conclude by reinforcing the observation of the committee that there are pockets of citizens in this country who do not have easy access, who face barriers to being able to exercise their right to vote, and those include people, often Aboriginal communities, but remote communities, and people often homeless in inner cities. And we have to redouble our efforts through our Electoral Commission and Chief Electoral's Office to make sure that those areas are targeted and effectively made, the right to vote is brought to those people in as accessible a way as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable, the Chief Government Whip.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly, as always, appreciate the comments by my colleague from Vancouver Quadra, a member of the official opposition who, like myself, sits on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee where this bill ultimately came from. And as he said, you know, we've had a lot of discussion there, and certainly on the whole area that he branched off into, the whole area of further or future electoral reform. Ultimately, that committee, and that is our intent. In fact, we presented a motion recently that was defeated, but the member for Vancouver Quadra was the only opposition member that supported our motion to have the Procedure and House Affairs look more in depth at additional reforms that we can consider over and above Bill C-31 and some of the companion legislation that we have. As they dramatically changed the the makeup of this place and opted to replace his party with the new Conservative government. But be that as it may, Mr. Speaker, he did actually touch on, both at the beginning of his remarks and at the end of his remarks, with, I think, the primary concern that's been expressed both at Procedure and House Affairs and since. You know, when we started down this process that ultimately led to Bill C-31, certainly my thoughts at Procedure and House Affairs was that we had unanimity amongst all four parties that we wanted to ensure the integrity of our electoral system, both for the advantages that presents here in Canada, but also to uphold the image of Canada as a bastion of democracy worldwide. And he pointed to his own experiences in Nicaragua. Many members from all parties have participated as observers in electoral processes worldwide, monitoring elections in some of the world's poorest countries. And I certainly applaud the efforts of the member and others that have done that. But it does point to the need to ensure the highest possible standards for Canada's democracy, for how we go through elections here. And, you know, I'm very disappointed in the fear-mongering of the New Democratic Party subsequent to our decision to move ahead with legislation like Bill C-31. Somehow they're trying to communicate to Canadians that there's going to be thousands of Canadian citizens that are going to be disenfranchised by this legislation. I don't hold that point of view, and I don't think the member does either. As he quite correctly said, there's a number of steps that can be made, not the least of which would be targeted door-to-door enumeration in those areas to ensure that people are on the list, and ensure the list is as accurate as possible. And I guess my question, Mr. Speaker, is the one that I hold near and dear, in the sense that I do believe that there are some responsibility that's placed on citizens, that it isn't all the responsibility of government to ensure that they're on a voters list, that it's not all the responsibility of the government or Elections Canada to ensure that they have the opportunity to vote. Yes, we have a collective responsibility, but I believe the citizens themselves have a responsibility to ensure that they can be properly identified as residing in that particular riding, and thus they are eligible to vote in that particular part of the country, and indeed they are a Canadian citizen. And I think that comes home as we travel around the world, that the great extents, as the member said, that other citizens of other countries will go to ensure they have the opportunity to vote. And yet somehow we seem to reverse the onus here in Canada and think it's the responsibility of Elections Canada or the government or the members of Parliament from all parties, that it's their responsibility to ensure that every single Canadian actually somehow gets out to vote. And I think there are responsibilities on the citizen themselves. So I would just ask for the comments of the member specifically about, in the sense that if he feels comfortable that with the assurances that we have had from the Chief Electoral Officer and from Elections Canada, that it's certainly not our intent, or I think any of the intent of members present, to see people disenfranchised and not have the opportunity to vote if they are actually qualified to vote.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, I thank the member for his observations and insights into the electoral process here, and I do agree that he's put his finger right on the key point. I remember after the presidential elections in the United States in 2000, there was a joke going around that the Russian electoral system would send monitors for the next presidential election in the U.S. to make sure it was fair, which is the reversal of roles, of course. And there is a grain of truth there, Mr. Speaker, that if we are going to hold ourselves out as a democratic example, particularly through our electoral processes, and be advisors, be monitors in other countries that are experiencing often for the first time the democratic right to vote, which in experiences that I've had and observations I've made, the right to vote in a newly democratized country is taken up with such enthusiasm, and there are such high turnout rates that it should make us a little ashamed that we don't have that participation of our own citizens in our own electoral process. And that's the balance. If we can't show that we have integrity, then our participation will get even less. It's one thing if the people vote for us all here and then don't think we're listening to them, but it's another thing entirely if they think that we got here in some way that it has a cloud over it, and that we must not allow to happen at the same time as we do everything we can to have our officials ensure that the barriers that do exist in our society, whether it's physical or intellectual disability or illness or remoteness, are overcome by targeted enumeration.
The questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
My colleague from Vancouver Quadra for his comments today. Mr. Speaker, in contrast to what the government whip said, yes, the New Democratic Party has serious concerns with this bill around the area of voter registration. The way that the bill is structured, thousands of people in Canada will be disenfranchised, and they're the very poorest people in our society, Mr. Speaker. They're people who, they're women who may be in shelters for battered women. There are homeless who may be in a shelter due to the poverty. There are people who are ill or disabled. So yes, we have a real concern about those people, the most vulnerable people in our society, being disenfranchised, and it's a legitimate concern, Mr. Speaker. But another big area of concern is the whole issue of putting the date of birth of voters onto the voters list. This is an invitation to identity theft, Mr. Speaker, and we know that that's a growing problem in Canada. Actually, it's something that would make most direct marketers and those who are involved in direct sales absolutely so ecstatic to get that kind of information so that they can target. So I want to ask my colleague from Vancouver Quadra, in terms of the addition of the date of birth of voters being put onto the voters list, which does get into the hands of the public, how does he feel about that? How does he feel about his party supporting that block amendment and the government side also supporting that? We're very concerned about it in terms of voter identity theft. We're also very concerned about it because really what I believe is at the heart of this is the ability for other political parties to target people by their demographics, by their age, and use it for fundraising for political parties and targeting voters. So I'd like to hear that my colleague's response to that.
Briefly, the honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Well, my colleague from the NDP, Mr. Speaker, raises a very good point, and it's you know, I guess if it was easy, it wouldn't be as enjoyable, but we have to try and come to some coherent compromises in this, in so many issues that we deal with in this House, and we're going to be dealing with it again on security legislation and whether the investigative hearing and the preliminary precautionary arrest are still should be part of our system. It's that balance between freedom and security, and it's contextual. We've got to find it. And in this case, date of birth, I think there is no doubt that date of birth can be an important indicator of someone's identity. And the very thing that causes concern to my colleague from the NDP is the very thing that also makes it of use in terms of identifying someone who the age, someone may have the same name, but the age may be very different. It does have an identifying value to it, and yet we don't want to infringe on people's privacy. But those are some of the tough trade-offs we have to make, and in the circumstances, on balance, I would rather it not have to be done, but I do accept that there is an identification value to it, which should and can be respected and done in a way, and it's open to the parties. Yes, it's not just open to the electoral officials, because of course a mainstay of the integrity of our electoral system is our ability to have scrutineers from each party there to observe the process as one of the safeguards for it. So I'd rather it hadn't doesn't have to be done, but I accept on balance that there's a value to it. And on balance, I would say that adds marginally, but importantly, to the integrity of the voter system.
Resuming debate, the l'honorable...
The honourable member for...
de Sherbrooke.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise to speak today to Bill C-31, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. And personally, with 8 elections under my belt, I was a candidate for 8 elections, so I can tell you that I've seen just about everything, starting in 1982. At that time, already, there had been electoral fraud attempts that had diminished but continued to exist, and we still see it today. So in order to ensure the integrity of our electoral system and to ensure that everything is accurate in the voters' lists, to ensure that everyone who is entitled to vote will be able to vote, and those who aren't entitled to vote will not vote. And what is rather strange, and this is where we see how important it is for those who are entitled to vote to be able to do so, is that in various ridings, the races seem to be tighter and the results are very close, which means that we need a very accurate system, a system with integrity, because it can really make a difference at the end of the day. And it could even cause a minority government to become a majority government. So we have to ensure that our system, our electoral system, is beyond reproach. And the Bloc Québécois is in favor of this bill. At committee, we saw that there was wonderful cooperation among all of the parties. For once, we are told that the government listened to the opposition parties, as opposed to other issues, be it law and order, or the Kyoto Protocol, or even the firearms registry. In this case, the government did listen, as opposed to other cases, and there was cooperation. So this means that the bill will provide for less fraud and fewer mistakes, and will mean that the register of electors will be more accurate, the right to vote will be easier, and there will be better communications among the candidates, the parties, the elections officials, and the voters themselves. Mr. Speaker, after the election in June 2004, the Chief Electoral Officer had tabled a report called Finishing the Cycle of Election Reform. It was introduced here in the House. However, there was no time to properly study it before the November 2005 election. After January 2006, it was resubmitted. That was in June, in fact, and the committee studied the report, analyzed it, made recommendations, and now we're prepared to move forward. And we hope that the legislation will be in force when we have another election. So it would be best not to have an election too soon in order to be able to implement all of the points in this bill. Now, should elections be called? There are certain, in view of what certain opposition parties don't agree with, or should we wait for the bill to pass and for the new legislation to apply?
But regardless of what the case may be, this bill does include some improvements, and the Bloc is particularly proud of achieving some gains within this bill with respect to the date of birth, the identification number, and what we call on an election day the bingo card that we use to identify people on election day. This is an important aspect. We realize that voter turnout is going down, whether it be for municipal elections, provincial, or federal elections. So turnout is going down, and when we see political parties that have a good voter list, and they're able to get the vote out using this list, and they have tools to get this vote out, well, it's democracy that's speaking, but various aspects are being respected. So we want to do everything that we can to reduce the possibility of fraud. We know that voters have to show a piece of ID produced by a government institution, and we have the best example is a driver's license, where you see the photo and the signature of the individual. And this information can be found on the voters list as well. The address is found. We want to make sure that the address is present, because usually the person, if he or she changes the address, has to mention this to the government so that the driver's license and other pieces of ID can be updated. So this ensures that the voter who shows up is the right one. But some people may not have ID with a photo on it. At that, they then have to produce two pieces of acceptable ID, and this ID must be accepted by the chief electoral officer. It is possible that some individuals don't have ID. For example, the homeless, they're entitled to vote because usually they are Canadian citizens, and therefore they are entitled to vote. So we have to make it possible for these people to vote. In that case, if somebody can vouch for them, they can vote even if they only have one piece of ID. But the person has to have someone vouch for them. They can then vote, but the legislation stipulates that a person can't vouch for a lot of other people. You just can't have one person vouching for someone who in turn will be vouching for someone else, and that leads to a whole series of people vouching for each other, and that could lead to abuse or electoral fraud. So, Mr. Speaker, there's one other important aspect of this bill. We have to ensure that people are entitled to vote, that they have proper ID, and we also have to ensure through Clause 4 that the Register of Electors must also contain for each elector a unique, randomly generally identifier that is assigned by the Chief Electoral Officer. This clause does provide some advantages. We are all aware of the situation where some people vote twice. That is, some individuals who are on the list somehow can disappear from this list. You know, over the years, the identifier used in the past has been the postal code, gender, birth date, and address. But some people show up, but they may have all of the requisite conditions, but maybe the lists don't jive with each other. But though by assigning an identifier number, a unique identifier number, will eliminate many of these types of mistakes. Mr. Speaker, we know that when we fill out our taxes, and we always check off a little box that gives the Chief Electoral Officer the right to use information to construct a reliable registry of electors. Mr. Speaker, somebody could, in fact, file an income tax statement, but was not necessarily Canadian and therefore not entitled to vote. And this person could have checked off this box on their income tax form, and as a result, they would have been put on the voters list. Therefore, it was suggested that Canadian filers make a statement that is reproduced once a year. So there will be a declaration of citizenship, which will also be included on the income tax form, and that will resolve a few problems and ensure that only eligible voters will be used to update the register of electors. Mr. Speaker, on the tax form, sometimes files have to be filled out for people who have deceased that year, and sometimes people use the information on the deceased person's form, and this will be included on the registers of elector. And in Quebec, we use the electoral list of Quebec because the integrity of the information is extremely precise. It's kept up to date, and we find out who are the new voters who have just reached the age of 18. The bill, Mr. Speaker, once we've identified potential or eligible voters, once we've eliminated people who are not entitled to vote, we have to ensure that the vote is facilitated. We have to ensure that it's possible for more people to have access to the polling stations. For example, people who have reduced mobility, who go to a polling booth where access is impossible, well, this person can ask for a transfer, and now the transfer can be done immediately. They can easily go to another polling booth. We have to, nevertheless, ensure that the returning officers consider accessibility of polling booths, because this has to be considered. So it's a responsibility of the returning officer to ensure that all of the facilities, the voting facilities, are accessible for people with reduced mobility. The bill, Mr. Speaker, also ensures that there's better communication between government officials, parties, candidates, and voters. This bill does quite a bit to improve communication and to facilitate the access to the register of electors so that parties can get the vote out as easily as possible and as honestly as possible, should I say. The bill also includes some operational improvements that will make sure that the system will be more and more effective, efficient, and so that the system is very accurate. Bill, the bloc also did a great deal in this bill to improve the appointment of returning officers. We experienced some situations in the past where things were not always above board, and now we're going to ensure people who were selected to be returning officers were not necessarily selected on the basis of their merit. And now we have a system in place that will ensure that people are selected on the basis of merit. Unfortunately, we will not be able to have this new system for the next election because the system won't be ready until 2009. But with the tools that we have with C31, I think that we'll have a very accurate, honest system. I will conclude here by saying that I would suggest that this House be now put to vote, and my motion is seconded by the member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did you hear seconded by who, sir? No, I didn't hear him. I guess who seconded it? Who seconded it? Madame Picard. Madame Picard.
Monsieur Cardin, appuyé.
Mr. Cardin, seconded by Ms. Picard, moves that this question now be put to a vote. Questions and comments?
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to comment on two aspects of my colleague from the Bloc's speech. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I think I'm a little taken aback at the enthusiasm shown by the Liberal Party and the Bloc for this bill. It seems to be that the government introduced this bill based on the premise that it's necessary to change our Election Act dealing with voter ID because there's been widespread fraud. In actual fact, I looked up on the website of Elections Canada. In the last federal election, there was one person charged and prosecuted for having voted incorrectly. It was a person who wasn't yet a citizen and should not have cast a ballot. In the previous election, in 2004, there were none, not one incident. And in the election before that, there were 3. So my question is, if we're entering into these fairly draconian measures, which we argue will have the effect of disenfranchising many Canadians who won't be able to produce the extra photo ID contemplated by this, and if we're doing away with the idea of a statutory declaration as being acceptable for identification, why are we taking such heavy-handed measures when there really hasn't been a pattern of voter fraud? That's the first point I would like to ask my colleague from the Bloc to come on. The second is the date of birth going on the permanent voters list is an appalling recipe for identity theft. You might as well be helping those who would steal identities, because all you need to get a fake credit card is name, address, phone number and date of birth, and that's like having a PIN number. So, you know, and during an election campaign, you cannot stop the hundreds of volunteers coming in and out of your office from having access to that voters list. So having Elections Canada knowing the date of birth, yes, I agree, is important, but having the date of birth, that personal private information floating around is absolutely dangerous. My colleague from Ottawa Centre said that relying on the government to protect your privacy is like asking a peeping Tom to install your window blinds. This is the risk that we're running here. I sit on the Privacy Committee, and we are currently in the process of looking at the PIPEDA legislation, the Personal Information Protection Act, dealing with just these very issues where people have a right to privacy, and people's right to privacy is just as important as many of the other competing rights and privileges out there. But it gets to be a charter issue, Mr. Speaker, and the last point I'll make. Section 3 of the Charter guarantees the right to vote in elections of members of Parliament or provincial legislatures. We believe that the barriers put in place by these new stringent identification rules are a barrier to the point that thousands of people will be disenfranchised and will be denied their charter right. I mean, we just heard a constitutional lawyer expert, a guy who teaches constitutional law at university, a member from Vancouver Quadra, say that he approves of this legislation. I would ask you and ask him, if I could, how they can justify what is clearly going to infringe upon your right to vote, your access to voting from a constitutional charter point of view.
Data Sherbrooke.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I said in my address, this is going to be my 8th election. And during the first election, I must confess that I was a bit naive, and I didn't think that fraud existed. But if I had read the Chief Electoral Officer's reports and found out there were only 1 or 2 fraud cases, then I would have thought I was right. But in the past 8 elections that I've participated in, I myself have seen that there is still, unfortunately, a lot of individuals who try to take advantage of the system. And what I said earlier, the new aspects of the bill will ensure that people who are entitled to vote will be able to vote, and that the people who are not entitled to vote will not. In cases of, we need greater identification to ensure that people are entitled to vote. After that, Mr. Speaker, if we want to ensure that people are not entitled to vote and that they don't vote, well, we mustn't think that there's no fraud at the outset, because that's not true. There is fraud. The member of the NDP has probably been here in the House much longer than I am, and I'm sure that when he made his statement earlier that he had obtained information that there was almost no fraud whatsoever, and that you know full well, Mr. Speaker, that that's the problem. It was very difficult when you couldn't ask for ID, when the person looked at the voter who showed up and said, my name is Joe Blow, and the returning officer knew full well that this wasn't Joe Blow because Joe Blow was his neighbor. Well, he couldn't do anything about it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that C-31 will ensure that we can really eliminate this case and will prevent people who are not entitled to vote from voting. And as the member from the NDP, from the Conservative Party said earlier, this is a minimum amount of action that we can take to ensure that the person should be on the list. So this is a responsibility, a shared responsibility one, to share the integrity and the accuracy of the voters list and of the whole system to protect democracy. As for the birth date, Mr. Speaker, in Quebec, we've had this for a long time, and as far as I'm concerned, problems with respect to the birth date showing up on the voters list. At least as far to my knowledge, there hasn't been a lot of problem with that. Anyway, a lot less in the number of fraud cases that my NDP member talked about. There is 3 minutes left for the question and answer period for the member for Sherbrooke, so we will continue this later. Now, member statements.
Member for Northumberland, Quinte West.
Mr. Speaker, March 10th and 11th is a special time in my community of Warkworth, Ontario. On this special weekend, thousands of people will be enjoying the sights, sounds and smells of the Warkworth Maple Syrup Festival. Each year, the community marks the coming of spring with a fun-filled family weekend of events to enjoy both in the village of Warkworth and the Sandy Flats Sugarbush. Sugarbush highlights include horse-drawn sleigh rides, free taffy on the snow, log sawing contests, snowshoe and plank races, nature trail walks, clog and old-time square dancing, music, and much, much more. And of course, a trip to the Sugarbush wouldn't be complete without the taste of fresh, hot-off-the-grill pancakes and sausages smothered in local award-winning maple syrup expertly cooked by the Warkworth Community Service Club. Mr. Speaker, a special thank you to all the volunteers who make this weekend a yearly success, and I urge all to come and enjoy a fun-filled old-time country weekend in the beautiful hills of Northumberland, Quinte West.
Honourable member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm thrilled to share with the House that on February 1st it was announced Sheila Cloutier, an Inuk environmental activist, was nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize jointly with the former Vice President Al Gore by 2 Norwegian members of Parliament. Sheila Cloutier has worked tirelessly at the international stage at bringing this issue to the attention of other nations and leaders on behalf of the Inuit and the vital importance of informing people of climate change and the impacts it has on the Canadian North and the people who live there. It is imperative that this Conservative government stop ignoring the North and the impacts climate change is having, not only in our environment, but on the people and their way of life. Mr. Speaker, I ask this House to join with me in congratulating Sheila Cloutier on this nomination and wish her all the best.
The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, this week, La Presse and Radio-Canada awarded the title of Personality of the Week to Ms. Diana Parada, a young 34-year-old woman originally from Colombia. Ms. Parada arrived in Quebec 9 years ago and was charmed by the social activism and solidarity of Quebecers. Thanks to her temperament and desire to succeed, she overcame all the challenges of a new language and different culture. The history of her success story goes back to her fabricating with another mother baby carriers based on Colombian tradition. And when other parents got interested, she founded Mama Kangaroo Incorporated. In 2004, 6 months later, she received 3 prizes for entrepreneurship. My colleagues in the Bloc Québécois and myself say congratulations to this woman who's a model for other women in Quebec. She's proof that determination and integration can lead to great success. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Whitlam.
Mr. Speaker, Fraser Health Authority is the fastest growing region in British Columbia. Yet Royal Columbian Hospital, BC's first hospital, has only 1.6 acute care beds per 1,000 when the Canadian average is 2 beds per 1,000 people. In addition, 50 beds at Eagle Ridge remain unopened. Mr. Speaker, Fraser Health Region is in crisis. Hospital executives are resigning in frustration. The Conservatives promised to reduce patient wait times, yet now the Health Minister has admitted they won't keep that promise. My constituent, Patricia Furdeck, told me our federal government needs to make a commitment to our national health care system, fix the inequities, and ensure that there are national standards. After all, she said, what's more precious than one's health? And David Pollard wrote, I implore you to fight on behalf of all residents of Coquitlam against 2-tier medical care. I do implore this government to take their commitment to health care seriously, ensure that Canadians receive the care they need, when they need it, where they live.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of our government, I'd like to offer my warmest greetings to all Chinese, Vietnamese, and Korean Canadians as they welcome the Year of the Pig. The Lunar New Year has become an important part of the Canadian cultural landscape, with celebrations taking place in homes and communities all across the country. Tout simplement,
Put simply, the country we know and love today would not exist without the contribution of Asian Canadians.
The railway to the Pacific, and now more than a century later, Canada is building its Asia-Pacific gateway to continue building our economic relationship to the rising economic powers of Asia. Righting the wrong of the Chinese head tax is one of this government's great accomplishments. As Chinese Canadians celebrate the Year of the Pig, I want to say Gung Hei Fat Choi. In my community of Coquitlam, one of Canada's most vibrant Korean Canadian communities can be found, and to my constituents and all Korean Canadians, I say Annyeong Hai Sayo. And to Vietnamese Canadian communities found across Canada, on behalf of our government, I say Chuk Mung Nam Moi. Mr. Speaker, Happy Lunar New Year. May the New Year bring health, happiness, and success to all who celebrate it.
Honourable member for Kitchener, Waterloo. Kitchener, Waterloo.
2007 marks the 60th anniversary of the Canadian Citizenship Act and the 25th anniversary of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Today's special celebration of Canadian citizenship at the Supreme Court of Canada would have been greatly enhanced had the Conservative government kept its word and enacted a new Citizenship Act that was compliant with the Charter. The 1947 and 77 Citizenship Acts contain many discriminatory sections that are in contravention of the Charter. These outdated sections discriminate against religious marriages, deny many people born out of wedlock their citizenship rights, treat wives and children as chattels, and deny the birthright of children born to Canadian soldiers who fought for our freedoms in the Second World War. Had the previous Liberal government not been defeated, Canada would have a new Citizenship Act that embodied in word and spirit our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I call upon the Conservative government to keep their promise and table a new Citizenship Act that ends discriminatory practices and to use as their guide the unanimous 12th report of the Citizenship and Immigration Committee from last Parliament titled Updating Canada's Citizenship Laws It's Time.
The Honourable Member for Okanagan-Shuswap.
Speaker, the forest industry makes a vital contribution to Canadians' economy, but it is facing the significant challenges to its competitiveness. That is why the Government of Canada has developed a $127.5 million forest industry long-term competitiveness initiative, which will help create the conditions necessary for Canada's industry to compete globally. This fund will go towards promoting innovation, expanding market opportunities, developing a national forest pest strategy, and addressing skills and adjustment issues in the sector. This builds on our government's recent announcements on efforts to address This builds on recent Government of Canada efforts to support the sector, including $200 million to combat the mountain pine beetle infestation in British Columbia, and the new softwood lumber agreement, which put an end to the long-standing and costly trade dispute between Canada and the United States. The forest industry long-term competitive initiative is just another example of Canada's commitment to the forest industry.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois and I congratulate Mr. Michel Prévost on his re-election as President of the Outaouais Historical Society. Mr. Prévost is an expert on preserving our heritage. He's very active with politicians in the Outaouais by making sure that our past stays alive and well through the preservation of our heritage buildings and sites. His efforts include Charon House and the Notre-Dame Cemetery Groundkeeper's House, Moore Farm, and for improvements to the Ruisseau de la Brasserie and Rue Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Prévost is also an expert lecturer on built and religious heritage, and to bear witness to famous people who've lived in the Outaouais, like Joe Montferrand. Congratulations, Michel Prévost, and long life to the Outaouais Historical Society. Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, once again, the ideology of the BQ trumps common sense. To the Bloc Québécois, it's ideology over health. To show how committed they are to their ideology, the Bloc Québécois has voted against motion M235, which called on the Health Minister to continue collaborating with Statistics Canada and the provincial and territorial cancer registries on the creation of uniform national standards for monitoring all brain tumors, malignant and benign. This collaboration could help save lives, but no, the Bloc Québécois would rather stick to its anti-Canadian stance at the expense of the health and lives of Quebecers. According to the coalition, this is too important an issue to get embroiled in a jurisdictional issue. The Bloc wants this to be part of the exclusive jurisdiction of Quebec, and they don't want to play ball with the rest of the Canadian Federation. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, the Commonwealth program was introduced in 2004 to improve and renew public infrastructure in communities with populations of less than 250,000. In January, the Conservative government announced the recipients of the final scheduled application process. In reviewing the announcement for the entire province of Ontario, funding totals show that the Conservative government is using the fund to disproportionately favour Conservative-held ridings.
Oh, shameful.
Of the total $46 million funding delivered in 2007, $40 million has been awarded to Conservative-held ridings. In 2006, of $117 million in total funding, no less than $100 million was allocated to Conservative ridings. This kind of blatant partisanship is immoral. Small communities across the province are in desperate need of infrastructure renewal. Clean water and safe roads must be available for all ridings, not just those that supported the minority government in the last election.
Honourable Member for St. Catharines.
Mr. Speaker, political parties are judged on whether they can walk the walk and not just talk the talk. In the last election, the Conservative, Liberal and NDP platforms all called for stiffer mandatory sentences for gun-related crimes. Acting on our commitments, the government has introduced safer community bills that will restrict the use of conditional sentences, better manage dangerous offenders, crack down on alcohol and drug-impaired driving, protect youth against sexual predators, and C-10, which is imposing mandatory minimum penalties for serious gun crimes. Mr. Speaker, the government realizes that it takes cooperation in a minority parliament, and we have offered fair changes to answer the opposition on our gun crime bill. The Liberals and their arrogance have demanded we either pass their old, weaker crime bill or they will gut ours. The Liberals will not meet us halfway and are putting their interest ahead of Canadians. So when C-10 comes back to this House, gutted of protective measures, Canadians will know, Mr. Speaker, who the guilty party is.
Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Sunday is Chinese New Year, and I wish all honourable members a happy New Year of the Pig. Unfortunately, for many hardworking immigrant families, this weekend will be one spent alone, without the families or friends from back home. Visitor visas are increasingly hard to come by, the decision-making process arbitrary with no chance for appeal. Wait times to bring your fathers and mothers to Canada are long. After so many years of promise to reform our immigration system, the Liberal and Conservative governments of the last decade have failed. And this failure is especially evident when a dying man in my riding couldn't be visited by his daughter from China. He sadly passed away, never getting to see his daughter again. She couldn't even come to the funeral. Where is the fairness? This Chinese New Year, let's speed up family reunification. Let's put in place a fair and humane system for visitors. Let's approve the NDP's once-in-a-lifetime bill so more families can be brought together. And let's create an appeal process so there is real accountability in our immigration system.
The Honourable Member for York South Weston.
Mr. Speaker, this week I was privileged to attend, along with other MPs, the G8+5 Legislators Forum in Washington, D.C., where the world's governments affirmed that climate change remains at the forefront of global consciousness. German Chancellor Angela Merkel made a keynote address to the session outlining the EU's priorities on climate change. Key business leaders like Sir Richard Branson also attended and added their influential voices to the discussion. The presence of banking and business leaders served to underscore that major stakeholders in every political and private field now understand the urgency of this issue of global warming and climate change. Mr. Speaker, as China, India, and other developing countries continue to expand their economies and emissions, we in this country must serve as a model to the world, a model for sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, Canada can be a leader And it is time for parties to cut the hot air. It is time for Canada to take leadership and act.
Good
Thank
job,
you.
Alan. Honourable Deputy de Mont.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud to talk about the significant impact the Bloc Québécois has had on the Harper government's decision-making. Without the Bloc's intervention on Quebec matters, Quebec would not have received the same treatment. Since we believe Quebec is not just a province, but a nation of the world, we've had Quebec recognized as a nation. True to what we are, the Bloc Québécois condemned the fiscal imbalance and demanded this be settled, and we're still waiting. The Bloc Québécois demanded that the federal government pay Quebec for Quebec to realize its green plan. When it comes to supply management, Bloc Québécois pressured the government to do what it had to do to preserve this industry. The Bloc Québécois can be proud of its record. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call attention to the 60th anniversary of the Canadian Citizenship Act. 60 years ago, Prime Minister Mackenzie King said, "For the first time, I speak to you today as citizens of Canada."
The Canada Citizenship Act was created in 1945 when a young member of Parliament visited the Canadian War Cemetery at Dieppe and noted that the names on the crosses were French, they were English, they were also from the farthest approaches of the world. And he noted that these young men and women could no longer be called only British subjects, that the Canadian Citizenship Act had to be brought into being. Mr. Speaker, that MP, the minister who later created the Act, was my father. Canada is known to the world as a beacon of hope, respect, and decency. As generations of Canadians have built our country, Canadian citizenship has become the mortar of our nation and the element of our achievement.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we had reason to hope, albeit very modest hope, that the Leader of the Opposition had finally come to his democratic senses. Canadian press reported that after meeting with Liberal senators, the Liberal leader has now agreed to support Bill S4 for Senate term limits in principle. 262 days and counting, Mr. Speaker, and no movement in the unaccountable, unelected, Liberal-dominated Senate. And the only thing we get from this Liberal leader is that he now agrees in principle with the same position he already asserted, except instead of 6 to 10 years, he now wants term limits of 12 to 15 years. Well, despite the fact he told his senators directly to support the bill in principle, apparently his words held little priority in their minds, as we saw no change in tactic yesterday. Mr. Speaker, what is it going to take for the Leader of the Opposition to be respected in the Senate? And, Mr. Speaker, what will it take to end this Liberal filibuster of a 66-word bill? Mr. Speaker, Canadians want leadership, they want term limits on senators, and they want a Senate that is accountable.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Prime Minister admitted that his government was changing the judicial appointment process to find judges willing to advance his party's criminal justice agenda. Mr. Speaker, the issue here is not who's tough on crime, but who is prepared to take appropriate measures on crime while respecting the independence of the judiciary. If the Prime Minister is so certain that his government needs to meddle with the judicial system, can he tell the House what court decisions he'd reverse?
Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our position on this matter is very, very clear. We want an independent judiciary based on merit and quality. But in terms of the process of appointing those judges, we do think that lawyers are not the only people who have a say in the system. We believe that police officers often participate in the judicial system, and police officers understand how the judicial system works and perhaps some of its failings. And we think they have something constructive to offer, and it's consistent with our view that we want to make our streets and communities safer for all Canadians, and we think police officers on the judicial advisory committees will make a big difference in ensuring that result.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister for quite a time questioned the wisdom of jurisprudence on the Charter, and if the Prime Minister wants to impose an ultimate test on the judicial candidates. Can he tell this House what right granted to Canadians by our courts should be revoked? The Honourable Government House Leader. Well, for example, we have Bill C-10, and this bill sets minimum sentences for firearms-related offences. But the Liberal Party is against this bill, and this is an example of how our government wants to fight crime.
The Deputy Leader of the Opposition, sorry I made a mistake there, to tell his colleagues that if they do want to show that they care about getting tough on crime, they do want to make our streets and communities safer, they could support that bill for mandatory minimum penalties for gun crimes.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Speaker, the member opposite has refused to answer the question, and he knows full well that this side of the House has given the government cooperation on a number of important criminal justice bills. For months, Mr. Speaker. But let me address another issue, Mr. Speaker. There is a backlog of judicial vacancies, and we know that the government has dragged its feet until it could change the way judges are appointed. If this government was serious about crime, it would fill the vacancies on the bench right now. Will the government return the appointment process to the way it was and move swiftly to appoint judges meeting the appropriate standard of merit and not ideology?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure that we want to go back to the old way of appointing judges under the Liberal Party. That meant judicial advisory councils stacked to the hilt with Liberal appointees, like the President of the Liberal Party of Manitoba, the President of the former candidates from all across this country. No, we don't want to see former Liberal Party HoCs making the appointments. We want to see police officers involved in looking over those decisions together with other respected members of the community, including those from the legal community.
Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has shown his disdain for judges long before now. In 2004, to CBC television, the Prime Minister said, and I quote, "I've been somewhat of a critic of the courts from time to time. If I'm Prime Minister, people will be relieved to know a little bit more about appointments that I would make." Why is the Prime Minister using the courts to push his social conservative agenda against the beliefs of the vast majority of Canadians?
Honourable the Government House Leader.
You know what, if I could continue my further response to the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Party, we've actually made 51 judicial appointments so far this year. That's a fair number to make up the backlog. And if he thinks it's an extreme ideological agenda, perhaps he could explain one of those appointments is Julie Thorburn, former fundraiser for the campaign of the Deputy Leader when he was seeking to become leader of the Liberal Party. I suppose he thinks she's not qualified, or perhaps that's the sole exception, someone who fits the Liberal test for appointment to the bench, membership in the Liberal Party.
The Honourable Member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, this lack of a response shows that the government is trying to divide Canadians. Canadians have never had to ask about the ideology of judges because our citizens know that the independence of our judiciary has never been questioned except by this new government. Perhaps we'll have an answer this time. Will the minister give us a list here in the House of the judges with whom they did not agree and the decisions that they did not like? The Honourable Government House Leader. With respect to crime, I think Canadians are united. They want safer communities, and we clearly intend to meet that objective.
Communities safer. We make no apologies for putting police officers on the Judicial Advisory Council. The Liberal Party of Canada may think that's bad. They may think police officers know nothing about the legal system. They may think they know nothing about crime. We think they are perhaps the best judges for what needs to be done to make our streets and communities safer.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Order, please. Mr. Speaker, as of 2003, the government was very clear. Since Treasury Board had suggested or had moved a motion asking the government to adopt measures to reaffirm the will of Parliament and protect it against the decisions of the courts. Will the government not admit that its plan is not new because already in 2003 its objective was very clear. Once in power, it wanted to appoint judges that would share its ideology. The Honourable Government House Leader, I've already said that our government, our party, wants to establish safe communities.
Safer. We want to get tough on gun crime. We want to get tough on dangerous offenders. We want to get tough on sexual offenders. This is not any kind of secret. This is what Canadians want. This is what Quebecers want. This is what this government wants.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Mr. Speaker, he'll have to change the tape because we're tired of hearing that answer. In the speech on this motion, the former Minister of Justice already denounced the activism of the courts that had ruled on a redefinition of marriage. Now, with the changes made to the selection committees, does this not intend to compensate friends and also ensure that the decisions will be in keeping with the government's ideology? The Honourable Government House Leader. We have a program in this government, and I would invite the Bloc Québécois to join with our government on Bill C-10, for example. This is a bill which intends to provide minimum sentences for gun-related crimes.
Member from the Bloc Québécois to join with us and with Quebecers and with Canadians in ensuring that that bill, which the Bloc Québécois, together with the Liberals, have effectively gutted at committee, gets the meaningful penalties restored in it when it comes back to this House.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, in his speech in 2003, the President of Treasury Board denounced the secret process to appoint judges to courts of appeal and the Supreme Court, and he wanted the process to be reviewed, and he wanted Canadians from various walks of life to take part in the process. Will the President of the Treasury Board recognize that when he wanted various walks of life to be represented in appointing judges, what he really wanted was to control the appointment process with people who thought exactly like he does? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Speaker, Canadians are united in wanting safer streets, safer communities. This government has made a very clear commitment, as did other opposition parties make a very clear commitment in the last election campaign to get tough on crime. And why is it when it comes time to actually put these measures in place, only one party is acting? We're acting, and we urge opposition members to join with us in making our streets safer for all Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. The former Minister of Justice stated in this same speech that the courts acted at their whim and this had to stop. And he said that Parliament had a duty to enact legislation that represented the values of Canadians. But the true agenda of this government is rather to impose not the values of the people, but rather old alliance and right-wing reform values. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
We announced last year that we would be adding to the judicial advisory committees, which provide advice to the Minister of Justice on judicial appointments, the names of adding police officers to those committees. And I can understand why the Liberals are upset that they're no longer making judicial appointments, but I'd ask all opposition members to explain to their constituents why police are less worthy than lawyers to help make these decisions.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, today is the two-year anniversary of the coming into force of the Kyoto Protocol, and the government should be living up to its obligations. But the NDP has learned that not only is this government an environmental delinquent, it doesn't live up to its financial obligations. When you look at the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, it turns out that Canada owes $525,000 under that convention. It's not acceptable that these bills aren't being paid. Why isn't the government paying its dues on the environment, and why doesn't it stop being a deadbeat when it comes to the UN and the fees we owe them?
The Honourable the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action on the environment after 13 years in which very little happened. We know that there are others who would like to see Canada spend money, for example, on greenhouse gas hot air credits by giving that money to Russia in the billions. We believe in acting here in Canada. We've done that through the Eco-Energy Program, the Eco-Trust proposal. All of these are putting billions of dollars into the hands of the Canadians who are seeking to make their environment cleaner. They're putting billions in the hands of Canadian provinces who have a program to make our environment cleaner. This government is taking action.
Honourable member for Toronto Danforth.
Certainly sounds like a deadbeat response, Mr. Speaker. Et ce n'est pas tout.
That isn't all. On top of this backlog, we also owe about $100,000 for Kyoto, which represents about $1 million for the environment in contributions that haven't yet been made by this government. And these figures come from the UN. Why is this government not paying up when it comes to the environment and the UN? The Government House Leader. It's true that the past government, the Liberal government, had made a lot of promises with respect to the environment, but almost nothing was done.
No actual action to improve the environment. We are finally getting around to making those changes that were never made. We were committed to commitments internationally that this government never took any steps. In fact, under the previous Liberal government, we went to 35% above our Kyoto commitments. Obviously, we've got a big hole to dig out of.
Honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, the government has no plan for the manufacturing sector, and now it's attacking the tourism industry. 6,000 people could lose their jobs this year because of the government's plan to cancel the visitor rebate program. Why does the government want Canada to be the only OECD country with a national consumption tax that does not offer a visitor rebate program?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member is misrepresenting the situation. Fact of the matter is that the visitor rebate program was only taken up by 3% of visitors, and the member knows this very well. And this is a program that was not working. It was not giving value for money, and so the government is changing the program, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, the minister should listen to the Tourism Industry Association of Canada, who say that this cut will cost thousands of jobs. In fact, the Hotel Association of Canada has conducted analysis to indicate that, in fact, this decision will cost the government millions of dollars of lost tax revenue due to the reduction in tourism numbers. Due to the HST, Atlantic Canada will be hit the hardest. Will the government perhaps consider a private operator for the program, or reverse the decision to cancel the visitor rebate program and save thousands of jobs in the Canadian tourism industry?
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Maybe the member should listen to his own Premier, the Premier of Nova Scotia, who said, I don't think that visitors make their decisions based on that rebate. They come to Nova Scotia for the scenery, the people, some of the people, and experience of what Nova Scotia is all about, Mr. Speaker. That's the Premier of his own province.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Order, please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the manufacturing sectors that is the hardest hit by loss of jobs because of globalization is the apparel and textile industry. The previous Liberal government had set in place measures to help this industry to become more competitive. For example, there was the Cantex program, but far from helping this industry, the Conservative government cut $25 million from the program last year. Why is the government not coming ahead with a plan for this industry? The Honourable Secretary of State.
Concerned about job losses in any manufacturing sector in this country. We've begun the long trek back to get the economy back rolling again, tax cuts and job creation programs that the Liberals forgot about. Of course, all they want to talk about is Kyoto. They don't even want to mention Bill C-257, which of course would exonerate the programs that we're trying to put in place out there, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Mr. Speaker, that answer is unacceptable. The Liberal government helped industries in trouble, for example, the textile and apparel industry, and the Conservative government seems to be wanting to export all of our jobs. We had a program for duty remissions for the textile industry to help reduce their costs. Why did the Conservative government eliminate this program, reinstate duty, and then therefore increase costs? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Before the budget, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberals talked about programs that they tried to put in place, which of course weren't that effective to begin with. And I just advise them to wait for the budget to come out. We're within a month or 6 weeks of that happening, and I'm sure everybody in job creation across this country will be well pleased.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Minister of Public Safety spoke about a border services report dealing with certain planes that ended up in this country. Could the Minister give us the contents of this list by tabling it in the House? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Speaker, I think yesterday there was some discussion about an EU report. This has not changed in Canada. We have had those lists of planes that landed here. We have no information that any of the individuals that the opposite side are talking about were ever in Canada.
The Honourable Member for Papineau. Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that what we're asking is the list of what was said yesterday with respect to flights, and either the Minister didn't understand or doesn't want to give us this list. The Minister of Public Safety mentioned planes that landed, but says nothing about certain aircraft that would have flown over Canadian territory. Can we have the guarantee that no CIA plane carried passengers over Canada's airspace? Can he guarantee that fact, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the CBSA and Transport Canada have looked into planes allegedly linked to the CIA, and the officials have informed the Minister there's no information this time would confirm any allegations from the member opposite.
The Honourable Member for Richmond-Tabasca. Mr. Speaker, according to Agriculture Canada predictions, the net farm revenue will be $784 million for 2007, one of the lowest, if not the lowest level ever reached. The annual average in the 1990s was about $3 billion. Can the Minister of Agriculture tell us whether there will quickly be some type of income support program adapted to the reality of the crops and agriculture and, of course, Quebec? The Honourable Secretary of State. The Minister of Agriculture is very clear on this. We are working to improve the programs to take into account what is happening. There are conditions in the market that are changing, and we want to adjust to those. And so, Mr. Speaker, we are doing things, and certain things have been done for Quebec recently because we are working to help our farmers. The Honourable Member for Richmond-Tabasca. Well, the Parliamentary Secretary should perhaps meet with the farmers of Quebec because he seems to be living on Mars. Quebec only received 6.8% of what was granted by Agriculture Canada for the three main income support programs in 2006. And there's a problem because in Quebec we represent 20% of Canada's agriculture, so the figures are hard to understand. How can the minister ignore the specific nature of Quebec agriculture? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, my colleague can throw out figures if he wants, but one thing is clear. A decision was made last week to help supply management. We were accused of being against supply management, but this is something that we did, and the Bloc will never be able to do that. And moreover, Mr. Speaker, we are working to provide fair income to everyone. Officials all agree on that. We're working on this, and my colleague knows full well that he will never be able to do anything in that area, Mr. Speaker.
Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister said he would respect the will of Parliament regarding the plan to meet our Kyoto commitments. But in the next breath, he called it meaningless. Will the Prime Minister commit to ensuring quick passage of the bill he said he would respect?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, imagine that, a Liberal asking a question on the environment. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister made it very clear that if and when 288 becomes law, he would respect that. But the real question that Canadians are asking is why didn't the Liberals act on Kyoto when they signed on, when it was ratified? Why 13 years of doing nothing? And the other question that Canadians are asking, Mr. Speaker, is why, right after that vote, did the former Prime Minister go down to the Rideau Club and leave his big V8 limousine idling for over 2 hours?
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's more of passing interest to me that the member opposite could make a statement we had no plan when it was our plan that they were presenting internationally. The initiatives this government has announced are underfunded, and they're regifted programs that the government itself cancelled. And what's worse, there's no money for them, for the Energuide revamp, for the renewables, for Quebec and other provinces. How soon will Canadians see this government's actual, detailed plan to battle climate change? What funds is this government committing?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to sharing what funds we're providing because we're creating real action on the climate change issue, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, this is what the Auditor General said, the Commissioner of the Environment said. When it comes to protecting the environment, bold announcements are made, then often forgotten as soon as the confetti hits the ground. The federal government seems to have trouble crossing the finish line. Mr. Speaker, nothing seems to change with that party. Mr. Speaker, $350 million for the Eco Trust, working with the provinces and territories. $1.5 million. $220 million for clean technology, for eco-energy technology.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of the Environment claims that he has not misconstrued the words of former U.S. Vice President Al Gore on the urgency of climate change action. About a week ago, the minister insinuated that Mr. Gore supported this minority Conservative government. But in fact, the former Vice President has called on the government to reverse itself, to do the right thing, and follow the Kyoto Protocol. Since the minister now clearly wants to be on the same team as Al Gore, will he accept the challenge, embrace Kyoto, and stop his fear-mongering?
Yes. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a week ago was that member that asked me to table the quote, and I'll be glad to read the quote again. Mr. Gore said, "My friends in Canada tell me across party lines and in all regions there is strong support for Canada once again providing leadership in the world, fighting above its weight class and showing moral authority to the rest of the world." Mr. Speaker, they didn't get it done. They created an environmental mess. We're getting it done, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary just confirmed our point. But I have a second question to the Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, earlier in question period, the Government House Leader said that police make the best judges. No one doubts the law enforcement expertise of Canadian police officers. But there is a reason, Mr. Speaker, why investigative and adjudicative functions are in fact separate in this country. If it is true that policing and judging should be commingled, is the Government House Leader calling for an end to the notion of an independent Canadian judiciary?
Honourable the Government House Leader.
Well, I don't know that the opposition House Leader was listening to what I said. I said that police officers are pretty good at judging what needs to be done to combat crime in this country, and I think they know something about the problems of combating crime in this country, and they know something about dealing with the judicial system in this country, because every day there are police officers in the courts of this country providing evidence, bringing criminals before the courts for prosecution, for adjudication, and as a result, I think they have a lot of experience on what is necessary and what's good in the courts.
Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, Mr. Speaker, a recent report highlights the Liberals' soft-on-crime approach while they're in government. Over the last 6 years, the National Parole Board has awarded more than 100,000 pardons, including numerous pardons to violent and sexual offenders. What is the government's action to this and reaction to this? And will the Minister of Public Safety, will he be taking action to protect Canadians?
The Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
And an excellent question from my friend from Prince Edward Hastings. Canadians would be surprised to learn there is a system in place that grants first-degree murderers and sexual offenders pardons. Canadians elected a new government to replace the Liberals' soft-on-crime approach to justice. The Prime Minister and the Public Safety Minister have expressed concerns and asked for review of the pardons process, and our government will review and strengthen the criteria of how pardons are granted to violent and sexual offenders.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina. Order.
Mr. Speaker, thousands and thousands of immigrant seniors are forced to live in isolation with barely the means to support themselves. The situation is dire for far too many. They must choose between medication and rent payments. And despite the recommendations of the Immigrant Seniors Advocacy Network, there is still a cruel 10 years residency requirement on the OH security. Will the minister finally provide fairness for seniors, and will he implement the excellent and humane recommendations from the network?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are addressing that on Bill C-36, and I would recommend that the position we're taking will work very well for the seniors that she's speaking about. The particular provision that we're having are ensuring us that we do not compromise our immigration. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, that wasn't much of an answer, and this government is turning its back on Canadian seniors. The Immigrant Seniors Advocacy Network represents thousands of Canadians, and they are telling this government that the restrictions on sponsoring elderly relatives are too tight, and that they cannot access OH security, and that without assistance for public transports, seniors are isolated and lonely. Will the minister listen to the voice of experience and the wisdom that comes with age? And will this government meet directly with our immigrant seniors?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I encourage the member to help us pass Bill C-36. This is the wonderful thing about old age security, that there is a residency provision that we don't discriminate. They can be non-Canadians or Canadians, so old age security is offered universally to anybody who has had residency in Canada here. I encourage the member to please help us pass this Bill C-36 as quickly as possible so that some of her fears can be alleviated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good bill. Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, Mr. Speaker, nothing should be more sacred to a finance minister than the credit rating of his government and associated entities. How then does the finance minister explain the recent credit downgrade of the Canadian Wheat Board by Standard & Poor's, and what steps is the minister going to take to reverse that downgrade?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's a whole set of circumstances surrounding the Wheat Board right now, as you know. The government is holding a plebiscite with barley producers to see whether the mandate of the Wheat Board should be changed. And, Mr. Speaker, we know that this is a strong entity on behalf of Canadian agriculture producers, and we are committed to ensuring that it remains strong, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Not even a mention of the credit downgrade, but you know the Conservatives are no strangers to credit downgrades. Government of Canada had a AAA credit rating from 1951 until it was downgraded under the Mulroney government in '92 for huge deficits. And it took 10 years of Liberal fixing to bring that back up to AAA. So is this downgrade of the Canadian Wheat Board a warning signal for more conservative fiscal management and credit downgrades to come?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think in spite of the alarmist efforts of my friend opposite, the Canadian Wheat Board is in fact in a strong position, will continue to be in a strong position, particularly within a strong agriculture community with some real choice in their marketing options, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Not only is the fact is, Mr. Speaker, the government's attack to destroy the Canadian Wheat Board are not only hurting the board's credit rating and destroying farmers' ability to compete profitably on the international stage,
Not only is there incompetence driving importers to question Canada's reliability, their ideologically driven attack is now hurting the nation's credibility. Standard & Poor's names this government 11 times as responsible for the credit downgrade. Why is the Prime Minister allowing his personal vendetta to undermine Canada's economic credibility?
The Honourable the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, our government's commitment is clear. We will respect the will of the members. We want farmers to be able to market their products where they want. There's a plebiscite underway with a democratic process. The question's clear, and based on this, our government will take action. The Honourable Member from Elpec.
No respect for farmers or for democratic institutions. Not only are they undermining producer marketing power, not only do farmers continue to wait for the immediate cash they promised last spring, they're failing to assist producers in the southwest part of Saskatchewan that have experienced 2 years of severe drought. The previous government assisted drought-affected producers under the Cover Crop Protection Program. Does this government not believe in fairness? Does it not care about producers? Why will the minister not meet the disaster that has caused, the drought disaster that has affected those producers in southwest Saskatchewan?
Honourable the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear. The historical levels of money given to producers in 2006 is very good. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear.
Listening to the farmer, and our government is taking action, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Industry said yesterday that the private investments are going up, which is not the case in the manufacturing sector, where in 2006 they decreased in Quebec, but they did increase by 0.1% for the rest of Canada. The minister seems to ignore the fact that the manufacturing sector lost 100,000 jobs in Quebec over the past 4 years. Will the minister decide to set aside his ideological approach and go ahead with an industrial strategy? The Honourable Secretary of State.
There's a play here, of course, provincial overlap into federal and federal overlap into provincial, and we're working to streamline a lot of that. The small business in this country, of course, is the backbone of the economy, and that small engine runs on tax cuts, Mr. Speaker, and we're working hard to get a level playing field, to get those tax cuts back in play, to get the regulatory burden down on a lot of these businesses out there, and we'll all look forward to that bright new future under our government.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Finance feel that by reducing taxes for the corporate sector is adequate when their benefits are nil for the past 2 semesters? There are no profits, therefore no taxes. Are there any measures planned to help these industries? The Honourable Secretary of State. Mr. Speaker, we should mention to the Bloc colleague that Economic Development Quebec has interviewed in many manufacturing sector projects for 2005-2006, creating 237 jobs. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you one thing. My colleague, the minister responsible for Development Canada, has put forward a lot of projects to increase the vitality. The programs are adapted to meet the needs of the sectors, and the projects are all well underway. And what the Bloc is doing, it's just talking. What we need is action.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Inuit of Nunavut are suing the government for $1 billion because it is failing to address the real-life needs of the Inuit. It has been many months, 11 to be exact, since I last counted, since Thomas Berger issued his final Nunavut report calling for major investments in education, and there has been no action from this government. Why do Nunavut residents have to resort to a lawsuit to get action from this government?
Because they don't understand the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. Unfortunately, ITK did launch a lawsuit against the Government of Canada in December of last year, but our government has moved forward by appointing a negotiator to deal with the issue that the Berger report has raised. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to be very mindful of the issues that face Nunavut. And of course, when we look back to last year's budget, in fact, we invested $200 million in housing needs for the North in Nunavut, and we're very proud of that fact.
Wow. Honourable member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Liberals who like to talk a lot without delivering results, this Conservative government is taking action to make sure that First Nations have the tools they need to control their future, to break free from the Indian Act and promote strong economies and healthy communities more effectively, Mr. Speaker. Can the Parliamentary Secretary of Indian Affairs share with this House another concrete step that's been taken today regarding self-governance for the Anishinaabe Nation?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very happy to announce to this House that this morning the Minister of Indian Affairs and the Anishinaabe Nation Grand Council Chief, Joe Bocage, signed a governance agreement in principle in North Bay, Ontario, which establishes a framework for the Anishinaabe Nation to assume greater control over its own institutions of government. This agreement in principle provides a practical approach for supporting First Nations to strengthen their internal governance and solidify the political and financial accountability of First Nation governments to their citizens. Mr. Speaker, stronger Aboriginal government institutions help attract investment and partnerships that will promote economic development and improve social conditions in their community.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week, the Minister told First Nations that they have to take personal responsibility for the number of children in foster care. But the INAC website says placement rates on reserve reflect a lack of available prevention services to mitigate family crises. It goes on to say that paying to move children out of the parental home while not paying for prevention services is increasing costs to taxpayers. So, which is it, Mr. Speaker? Blame the parents or blame the system?
Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. In the previous year, there was an investment of nearly $500 million in this area. Mr. Speaker, clearly it is an important issue to us as First Nations children on reserve need the support of the parental systems that are in place. But at the same time, government needs to be mindful of a way to assist families in situations where, unfortunately, those parental systems are not in place. Mr. Speaker, we'll be continuing to affect our improvements on First Nations Reserve, and we look forward to assisting in the future.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Mr. Speaker, let's turn our attention north for a moment. A decision on the Inuit lawsuit against the U.S. for the effects of climate change will come down on March the 1st. This government has turned its back on a deep-water port in the north, fails to even mention the Inuit when talking about Arctic sovereignty, and doesn't support a bilingual education system in Nunavut. How will this government help working families in the north with climate change and the inadequate education resources?
The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Minister of Indian Affairs have on many occasions stated their interest in supporting the North, and of course the Minister of Defence has also done so on numerous occasions. We are very interested in making sure that Canada's sovereignty is maintained throughout the North, and that's why we've invested heavily in and throughout the North. When we look back, earlier last year we made a $200 million investment in northern housing, and we feel that this is a starting point to assist the Nunavut people towards improving their housing conditions.
Honourable Member for Mississauga East, Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, it has been over a year since the Prime Minister was chasing widows of Second World War veterans with a promise to immediately deliver VIP benefits to all. Right. It has also been a year since he vowed to, quote, to stand up for full compensation for persons exposed to defoliant spraying from 1956 to 1984. 150,000 veterans now feel that they have been stood up. Why has the Prime Minister become a fugitive from his own promise and deserted Canada's veterans.
Another
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that the statement that she's made is very far from the truth. In fact, we have been working diligently for the last year to improve everything that we promised that we would improve. And the member who sits on the committee as well will know that we're about to get into the health care review, which is part and parcel of what we promised we would do for our veterans in this country.
The honourable member for Niagara West, Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, only moments after voting to support Kyoto Accord Wednesday night, Mr. Dithers, a former defeated Liberal Prime Minister, had his limo idling for 2 hours while he dined at the Rito Club.
Shame.
Does this not smack of hypocrisy and take it to a new level? In contrast, Mr. Speaker, our government is taking clear and decisive action on the environment. Just this week, we announced various eco-transport initiatives and clean transportation. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport, Infrastructure and Communities please tell this House how these initiatives will benefit Canadians?
Good question.
Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Yes, that's right, Mr. Speaker. Real results on the environment and the health of Canadians is this government's priority. $10 million to cut urban passenger transportation emissions announced this week. $36 million to encourage consumers to buy fuel-efficient vehicles. $61 million to reduce emissions from freight transportation. Mr. Speaker, we're getting real results. The Bloc can never get results. The Liberals didn't deliver results. And the results from the NDP, well, we just don't want those, Mr. Speaker. We want real results for Canadians' health and environment, and we're going to get that.
The honourable member for Compton-Stansted. Mr. Speaker, a UNICEF report put Canada last amongst OECD companies with respect to living conditions of children. This is unacceptable given the wealth that Canada has. The government claims that it helps Canada by lowering taxes. However, poor families don't pay taxes. Therefore, what's the government waiting for? Why don't they transfer to the provinces, including Quebec, the resources needed to help our children? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Human Resources.
Speaker, of course, we are very concerned about child poverty, and that is why we have addressed child poverty through some of the measures we've taken. Most importantly, the universal child care benefit. Every child under the age of 6 receives $100 per month, which equals $1,200 a year. We did that in the first half of our mandate, which includes every child under 6 in that member's riding, which includes the doesn't matter which wage bracket they're in, Mr. Speaker, we are working for the poor. Thank you.
The honourable member for Western Arctic.
Mr. Speaker, last week the Northwest Territories brought down its budget. In his speech, the NWT Finance Minister put this government on notice that we want progress on ownership of our natural resources through devolution. Like so many Northerners, the NWT's Finance Minister said he is growing impatient with the lack of real progress on an issue so vital to the future of our territory. The Prime Minister has personally promised quick action on these issues, but just like the Liberals, no progress. All we've seen is the appointment of a former Mulroney cabinet minister who says we have to start all over again. This is unacceptable. When are Northerners finally going to see some action?
The Honourable, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Indian Affairs has been in discussions with Premier Handley on this important file. And of course, we've appointed a negotiator to come to an agreement in principle as we see devolution in the Northwest Territories as being essential not only to Canada but to the future of NWT.
Here, here.
Member for Richmond Hill.
The International Conference on Cluster Bombs will be held in Oslo next week. Canada is attending, but with little enthusiasm. Past Liberal governments have showed real leadership, such as the Ottawa Convention, which reflected traditional Canadian values. I realize that foreign affairs is foreign to this government. But will the government go to Oslo with concrete proposals and show real leadership, or will they just be a Hollywood backdrop?
The Honourable, the Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, I'll thank the honourable member for his question. As he knows, Canada has a proud history of taking the lead on these important issues. We will, in fact, participate in the Norwegian meeting aimed at preventing the use and transfer of those cluster munitions that have significant humanitarian and development impact on civilians.
tabling of documents, dépôt de documents, the Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 17 petitions.
Good. Order. Introduction of government bills. Déclaration.
Statements by ministers.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees, l'honorable député de Hull.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour of presenting the 34th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on changes to the membership of standing and joint committees. By unanimous consent, we propose the tabling of this 34th report today.
Présentation de rapport.
Presenting reports from committees.
Private members' bills. Dépôt.
First reading of Senate public bills.
No. Motions. L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if the House consents, I move that the 34th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs on changes to membership of committees presented to the House earlier today be adopted.
Est-ce que l'honorable...
Does the Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Agreed?
Motion is at the pleasure of the House to adopt it. Agreed? And so ordered. Motion.
Motions.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 3 petitions to present. The first petition on behalf of the many citizens from Duncan is requesting that the Government of Canada become part of the solution by renewing Canada's responsible commitment to the Kyoto Treaty. The second petition is, it's actually from people from across many different parts of Canada, and they're requesting that the government legislate programs consistent with meteorological reality and act immediately to reduce the climate change crisis by diminishing fossil fuel dependencies while sponsoring initiatives and incentives to promote less harmful technologies. And the final petition that I'm presenting, Mr. Speaker, is asking the government rather, to legislate a permanent national ban on Terminator technologies to ensure that these are never planted, field-tested, patented, or commercialized in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I am presenting petitions from people all across Canada, Mr. Speaker, that are requesting that the government continue its work to combat the trafficking of persons worldwide and here in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de pétitions.
Presenting petitions.
Questions on the order paper. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed? And so ordered. The Honourable the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on May 13, 2006, you included Bill C-293 in a list of private members' items with possible royal recommendation issues. And following interventions in the House on September 19, 2006, you ruled that the bill, as it was introduced, requires a royal recommendation. You found that the creation of an advisory committee and new reporting requirements for ministers, and I quote, require the authorization of spending for a new and distinct purpose. As such, Clause 6 and Clauses 7 to 10 cause the bill as a whole in its current form to require a royal recommendation. End of quote, Mr. Speaker. On February 1, 2007, the bill was reported from committee with numerous amendments. Without commenting on the merits of this bill, I would appreciate your consideration on whether this bill still requires a royal recommendation under Standing Order 79 for 2 reasons. First, while the committee deleted Clauses 6 to 8, the bill as amended continues to include Clause 9, and the provisions that had been in Clause 10 have been substantially incorporated into Clause 9. Given that your previous ruling concluded that Clauses 9 and 10 required a royal recommendation, I would welcome your ruling on whether the bill still requires a royal recommendation. Mr. Speaker, A second aspect of the bill that may require a royal recommendation is that the bill would establish new conditions and criteria respecting the provision of official development assistance beyond those in the initial bill. The committee amended Clause 3 of the bill to provide for a definition of, quote, official development assistance, end quote, which includes that it be, quote, concessional in character, end quote, that it, quote, conveys a grant element of at least 25%, end quote, and that it meets the requirements of Section 4 of the bill. Section 4 of the bill places restrictions on the provision of official development assistance. Section 4 was amended in committee to change the wording in subsection 2, obliging the minister to consult with governments, international agencies, and Canadian civil society organizations before spending official development assistance. Section 4 was also amended to provide a new subsection 3, which places a new condition on the calculation of official development assistance. Authority for official development assistance is currently provided in Clause 10, Sub 3 of the Department of Foreign Affairs Act, which provides the Minister of Foreign Affairs with authority to develop and carry out programs in relation to the Minister's powers, including for the provision of assistance to developing countries. You did not consider Clauses 3 and 4 in your initial ruling on Bill C-293 on September 19, 2006. However, there have been new developments since that time. In your ruling on Bill C-303 on November 6, 2006, you found that adding new conditions and criteria to an otherwise authorized expenditure requires a royal recommendation, and that the clauses of C-303, and again I quote, Mr. Speaker, which relate to the making of transfer payments according to the specified criteria and conditions, require a royal recommendation, end quote. This principle should apply to Bill C-293 as well, which would impose new conditions on government spending. Other precedents make clear that adding new conditions to an otherwise authorized expenditure require a royal recommendation. For an example, Mr. Speaker, on April 23, 1990, Speaker Fraser ruled that a royal recommendation was appropriate because the bill in question would, and again I quote, change the conditions and qualifications that were attached to the original legislation recommended by the Governor-General, end quote. This is exactly what Clauses 3 and 4 of Bill C-293 would do by imposing new conditions on development assistance. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, due to the committee's amendments and in light of your ruling on Bill C-303, the government believes that Bill C-293 continues to require a royal recommendation. I would respectfully welcome your ruling on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for his usual vigilance and diligence in preparing for points of order on these situations. I'll certainly review his comments and review the bill as amended by the committee and get back to the House with due dispatch. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-31.
Canada Elections Act and the Public Service Employment Act, and on the previous question.
Quand la Chambre a commencé.
When the House began statements by members, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke had the floor for questions and comments. He has 3 minutes left for questions and comments. So, questions and comments.
Bon, reprise.
Okay, resuming debate.
For Burnaby, New
Westminster.
New Westminster Coquitlam. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to have an opportunity to address Bill C-31, which is an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. And right at the start, I would like to commend my colleague from Ottawa Centre, who has done a wonderful job of dealing with this bill and pointing out some of the concerns that the New Democratic Party shares, some of the weaknesses and concerns around this bill. You know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are becoming increasingly concerned about their own privacy, and their concerns range from the possibility of their names now ending up on a no-fly list, or banks refusing to remit money because of their country of origin. And they're also very concerned about cyber criminals hacking into their credit card information and their debit card information, Mr. Speaker. We know that identity theft is an increasing concern, Organized crime is involved in identity theft, and it's something that police services across the country warn us about and urge us to take great precautions around our own privacy information so that we're not a victim of identity theft. Ordinary Canadians also feel a sense of vulnerability because of lack of protection by the government for their own identity information and privacy information. So it's really shocking that this Parliament, this House of Commons, is now presented with a bill that will make average citizens, their privacy, even more vulnerable to theft. Although the intent of the bill is to crack down on potential voter fraud, Mr. Speaker, a goal that all Canadians can support, and certainly the New Democratic Party wants to ensure that there is not an opportunity for voter fraud. But while this is really an admirable goal, the bill misses the point, Mr. Speaker, and it really puts forward a set of problematic remedies. I think that voters will be really shocked to learn that in the next federal election, every citizen's birth date will be printed on the voters list. And why is that? Well, presumably, the best interpretation of that would be that returning officers would be able to use this information then to verify if the voter is indeed who they say they are. But we know that the bill requires all voters to provide government-issued photo identification, Mr. Speaker, in addition to a special identifier that will be given to each voter. So we really question the necessity of birth date information being there. But if that wasn't bad enough, if that provision wasn't bad enough, now the Bloc at committee put forward an amendment which was passed with the support of the Liberals in at the committee to share birth date information with all political parties. Now, why would that be, Mr. Speaker? Why would that be? Political parties don't need to know when their neighbours were born, what their birth date was. They don't need that information. My colleague for Ottawa Centre opposed this amendment at committee for obvious privacy reasons. When political parties are dealing with voter lists, Mr. Speaker, that information is shared with scrutineers who work for each political party, so there'll be no protection that this information will not get out into public hands and perhaps even into the hands of people who are in the business of criminal business of identity theft. The real reason for political parties to have this information, of course, has nothing to do with voter verification. The Liberals who supported this Bloc amendment in committee and the Conservatives who are now supporting it also at third reading, they simply want as much information as they can possibly get so that during their political campaigns they can target demographic groups, they can target individual voters by their age, and they'll also use this information, Mr. Speaker, I'm convinced, for fundraising purposes. This is actually the kind of information that anybody who's in direct sales or anyone who's in the marketing business would be absolutely delighted in getting their hands on. It's actually appalling, Mr. Speaker, that these three political parties would be pushing for political parties to have this kind of personal data on people. If they really, really cared about potential voter fraud, they wouldn't devise a system that is actually, in effect, almost an identity theft kit for would-be criminals, now sponsored by their government, putting out that information. If they were really serious about amending the Elections Act, Mr. Speaker, to help prevent voter fraud, instead of exposing people's private information, they would have taken the measures that my colleague from Ottawa Centre has put forward. And those measures include making sure that all voters' cards are sent in envelopes addressed to the voter, so that if the person no longer resides at that address, the card would be returned to Elections Canada and not left there for someone else to pick up and use in some kind of fraudulent manner. They would also have a universal enumeration, the way we used to do it in Canada, so that an accurate voters list would be in place and not open to fraud. And they would allow people who are not on the voters list the ability to swear a statutory declaration on election day at the polling station so that the voter could verify and the polling station employees could verify who they are. This has been done in the past. It's worked well. I don't understand why it's been taken out of Bill C-31. You know, Mr. Speaker, the people who are most vulnerable to lose their opportunity to vote, to be disenfranchised, are the most vulnerable people in our society. They are women who may be in a shelter for battered women. They don't have a fixed address to register at, or they may be homeless people who are also residing in a shelter, or people who have moved. It'll be the disabled. It'll be the people who are ill who lose their opportunity to vote, and that's a very serious thing and may result with this bill going to the courts because of these issues and also because of the privacy issues, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that all Canadians would be distraught and will be distraught when they find the changes that are put forward in this bill and how they will actually impact on voting day on vulnerable people and also the issue of their privacy, Mr. Speaker. I urge the government to consider changes to this bill that will make it a bill that all Canadians could support and not be terribly worried about their lack of privacy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for a very concise and poignant overview of this bill and the concerns that we have on this side, and certainly I think we're the only party that's raised concerns. And it is about privacy, it is about the access to franchise, and if I may, Mr. Speaker, my question just refer to the fact that there is concerns as we speak with census data and the accuracy of that. We know the problems that exist presently with the databases, be it with the banking sector or be it with Elections Canada. Now we're going to add even more data to it. We've heard from the Chief Electoral Officer before he retired that the problem in his estimation wasn't a real problem. And did say at committee that it made sense to have the voter cards put into an envelope so that people who might think of using the cards for voter fraud wouldn't be able to, and that, yes, enumeration is a good idea. So it really begs the question as to why we need this. I guess my question to my colleague is, in her experience in many elections that she's participated in, who is it that is most vulnerable in terms of having the ability to vote? Is it people who are at fixed addresses, or is it people who move around in transition? I'd like to get her experience from her constituency and from her experience as someone who's participated in many elections. Thank you.
The honourable member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Ottawa Centre for his very concise questions about the intent of this bill. He's right. I've participated in a number of elections over the years. I've participated not only as a candidate, Mr. Speaker, I've participated as a campaign manager for other candidates, and I have a fair amount of experience in Canada's elections. Clearly, the people who will be most vulnerable to losing their vote if the provisions of Bill C-31 are not amended, are those who are most vulnerable in our society. It will be the people who are disabled. It will be the people who are sick. It will be the people who live in poverty, Mr. Speaker. It will be women who are in shelters for battered women. It will be the homeless. These are the people who will be disenfranchised under this legislation unless changes are made to it. And I urge the government to make those changes to ensure that all in society have a fair opportunity to cast their ballot.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Esquimalt, Juan de Fuca.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure today to speak on Bill C-31, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and the Public Service Employment Act. The summary of the bill is as follows, Mr. Speaker. It's an act that amends the Canada Elections Act to improve the integrity of the electoral process by reducing the opportunity for electoral fraud or error. It requires that electors, before voting, provide one piece of government-issued voter identification showing their name and address, or two pieces of, identification that are authorized by the Chief Electoral Officer, showing their name and address, or take an oath that can be vouched for by another elector. It also amends the Canada Elections Act to, amongst other things, make operational changes to improve the accuracy of the National Register of Electors, facilitate voting, and enhance communications with the electorate. It amends the Public Service Employment Act to permit the Public Service Commission to make regulations to extend the maximum term of employment of casual workers. Mr. Speaker, we support the changes to the Canada Elections Act that protect against the likelihood of voter fraud and misrepresentation. All of us who have been involved in the position of being chosen by vying for a position as an elected person knows full well that all of us would like to ensure that those individuals, our citizens, who go to vote are able to vote honestly, and all citizens in the country want to make sure that their vote is one that is done in a way that counts, and also that the voting process is one that is not subject to fraud. Many countries of the world do not have that luxury. Most countries, many countries in the world, in fact, do not have an electoral process like we do. And I think, Mr. Speaker, if I can say once again, and I said it before, it bespeaks to the excellence of our Canada Elections group that Elections Canada is a world-renowned group of individuals that are able to not only ensure that in Canada we're able to have an election that is going to be free and fair and above board, but also that they're able to export this level of expertise abroad. Now, most Canadians, in fact, I think, are not aware that our team at Elections Canada are able to do this and do this. They do this because being able to have a free and fair election is a hallmark of a country being able to acquire stability. And I'll give you, Mr. Speaker, some examples of where this has happened. It's happened in the Congo. It's happened in the former Yugoslavia. It's happened in a number of other countries in Africa, particularly South Africa, when South Africa moved from the dark days of apartheid and moving out of that into the rainbow nation that it has today. It was able to do that in some small part by Canada, by Canadians, by Elections Canada. And I have to say that it was a very, very proud moment, I think, for most of us who have had dealings with the country of South Africa during its dark days of apartheid, that we were able to see the country metamorphosize out of the dark days into a new era where people are created and people are treated as being equals. During that time of the election, back in the early 90s, there was great fear within the country and outside that the country would implode in a bloodbath. But it didn't happen. And it didn't happen for many reasons. But one small reason why it didn't happen is that Elections Canada was involved and participating in the elections that were taking place in the country at that time. And why was Canada asked to do that? Why was Elections Canada asked to do that? Because our men and women who serve in that area are, as I said, people of excellence, people who are above reproach, and they're public servants who do an unbelievable job for all of us here and, as I said, abroad. Yet I think it's quite tragic that the head of Elections Canada, Jean-Pierre Kingsley, a person who has served as a public servant for more than, I believe, 16 years, and in that post, if my memory serves me correctly, as the head of Elections Canada, left. We don't know why he left, but I'll just say this, that losing a superb public servant like him is a loss to Elections Canada, it is a loss to Canada, and it is a loss to the international community. Thankfully, within days, I believe, of Mr. Kingsley leaving that post, he has found another job in Washington, one that enables him to use his expertise and his skills to be able to deal with elections all over the world. And I think it's another fine example, Mr. Speaker, of a Canadian who is able to use his expertise or her expertise in the service of many. Unfortunately, we've lost other superb public servants since this government came on board. And I'll name Mr. Peter Harder, the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, who is leaving his post. Another superb individual who served as a public service, I believe, again, if memory serves me correctly, for some 29 years, as a person who served as deputy ministers of various departments, an individual who acquitted himself with excellence and served many different governments, both conservative and liberal, and a person who did this in the best interests of the country and in the departments upon which he was acting. And I think it's again a huge loss that Mr. Harder is another individual who is leaving the public service since this government came on board. The reasons are, I'm sure, personal, but I would just say that it is unfortunate that we're seeing this egress of individuals right now from our public service. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the government and this Prime Minister, where unfortunately the power has shifted quite significantly to the Prime Minister's office in a way that we haven't seen, certainly in my memory of being here 13 years, and I know those who have served longer, they cannot remember a situation where so much power was centered in the hands of the few in the Prime Minister's office, people who, with the exception of the Prime Minister, are unelected and unaccountable to the public. It's a divide that between not only the Prime Minister and his office and his caucus and his cabinet, but it is also a divide between bureaucrats, public servants, who serve any government, regardless of political stripe, with honor. And by not following and listening to the public servants in our bureaucracies, the Prime Minister is treading on very thin ice. He is also ignoring a great deal of expertise that sits within the bureaucracies that could serve him well. I happen to be involved in foreign affairs, and I would just say that it is deeply disappointing to see the way in which the Department of Foreign Affairs has been excluded from the creation of foreign policy within our country. This is an unwise move, Mr. Speaker, because there are a lot of very, very smart people in foreign affairs with a great deal of experience, and foreign affairs is not something that you can simply pick up in a matter of months. It is a deficit the government has, and we're seeing many examples of it. For example, in Afghanistan, where while the government is quite appropriately supporting our troops, as we all do, and certainly supporting the military aspect, which we all do, but he is not supporting and he's ignoring the political solutions to Afghanistan that are required to resolve the challenge that is there. We know now, Mr. Speaker, that in the future, if we're going to deal with the insurgency within Afghanistan, it has to be done through political solutions. For example, dealing with the opium crop. Why hasn't the Prime Minister picked up the phone and spoken to Mr. Bush and Mr. Blair and said, stop the poppy eradication program that's going on now? By not doing that and allowing this eradication process to occur, it's putting our troops' lives at grave risk. Because the farmers have said, if you allow this to take place, if you eradicate the poppies in my farm, I cannot feed my family and myself. So I'm going to join the Taliban. I'm going to go over and I'm going to join the Taliban to take up arms against this group who's coming in to destroy our poppy crops. And while our troops are not involved in this, they do not differentiate, the Afghan people do not differentiate between one group and another who are within their country but have come from afar. In other words, they will not differentiate between Americans, Brits, Canadians, Dutch, and others. So this is a very grave situation that is taking place right now. And I would implore the Prime Minister to pick up the phone, call President Bush and Prime Minister Blair up, and tell them, stop the poppy eradication program because it's putting your troops' lives at greater risk and our troops' lives at greater risk. A smart thing to do would be for them to listen to the public service and take the opium crop and divert that into the development of pharmaceutical-grade narcotics. We know that one of the great challenges within developing countries is the absence of much-needed essential medications, including narcotics. So imagine, Mr. Speaker, if you were somebody in a developing country who needed surgery or needed to have their arm that's broken fixed. You would go through that without pain relief. Inconceivable within our country. But the fact remains that there's an 80% deficit of narcotics in developing countries. So why don't we think about taking that opium crop, diverting it into the production of pharmaceutical-grade narcotics, because opium is a substrate, taking that material and then producing these medications that could then be sold and distributed to developing countries. This, Mr. Speaker, would be a sensible way that would benefit the farmers, benefit Afghanistan by having a value-added industry that is legal and safe, and it would also undercut the financial underpinnings that are holding up the Taliban. The second thing is why the government does not listen to our public service on the issue of the insurgency. You cannot win an insurgency, particularly one that has their bases outside of the country. And in this case, the Taliban's bases are in Quetta, Pakistan. They're not in Afghanistan. So there's no hope whatsoever of defeating an insurgency through military means when the people you're fighting flee across the border and disappear from Afghanistan. The only solution to that is to deal with it politically. And one solution could be the development of a regional working group on Afghanistan that would involve the countries of India, Pakistan, Afghanistan, Iran, and others that all are playing a game within that country while our troops are there. And unless all of those countries are involved, we will never be able to resolve the internal complex dynamic within the country. I know that the government has quite, I think wisely, recently put more money into the Afghan National Police. That's a smart move. But why don't we ask our NATO partners to also do the same? They've been reticent and they have not come up to the plate to be able to support our troops. But one thing they can do is to be able to put the money and the resources to train the Afghan National Police. Now, when our troops go in and they take out the Taliban, there has to be a constabulary force that comes in behind them that's able to provide security. There isn't, because the Afghan National Police are seen to be as much of a problem on the ground as the Taliban. So what the country needs is they need an effective Afghan National Police force. And it's not happening, because the police right now are being paid $70 a month. They have 2 weeks of training. They're ill-equipped. So what do? They become part of the problem, and they engage in thuggish behavior. So how do you stop that? You've got to put the resources in. And I would implore the Minister for Foreign Affairs to ask his counterparts in NATO that this would be something that would be palatable to the domestic constituencies within the countries that make up NATO, for them to contribute finances, resources, and personnel to address this issue. Thirdly, in dealing with the situation of the internal dynamic within Afghanistan, the government continues to talk about the Taliban today as though they were the same Taliban in 2001. They are not. The Taliban of 2007 is an amalgam of different groups. So what we need to do is draw some of those groups away and draw them away from the Taliban and enable them to become a part of the decision-making process in the future of their country. So what we need to do is we need to also enable, I suggest our government, call on Mr. Karzai to call a Loya Jirga together, which would bring in those groups that are disaffected, were excluded from the Bonn Agreement, bring them back to the table, include them in the future of their country, because by doing so, we will be able to have a situation where these groups will move from the Taliban and become a part of the future of Afghanistan. This would weaken the Taliban, Mr. Speaker, quite effectively. And lastly, this ties into the opium situation, is that you have to follow the money with respect to the opium. And there are people in Mr. Karzai's government, which is roundly seen as being very, very corrupt, is that while we're giving a lot of money, the money's not trickling down to the people who need it the most on the ground. So what we need to do is we need to spend an awful lot more resources in providing for the basic needs of the people to enable them to help themselves. And by following the money, some of that's going to track down and be a part of and go right back to Mr. Karzai's government. And those people have to be prosecuted. Mr. Karzai is in a place where he has a bayonet in his chest and a bayonet in his back. He can't do this by himself. So he's going to need the partners, of which we are one, to be able to help him and assist him in ensuring that his government is able to have the transparency and accountability that would enable the monies that come into Mr. Karzai's government to be able to go out the other end for the basics: primary health care, primary education, water security, food security, corruption, and governance. It is also important, Mr. Speaker, I would just suggest that if you wanted, how you measure this, is one particular parameter, which is maternal mortality, is something we need to look at carefully. Because the maternal mortality statistics are astronomical. They're, in fact, the worst in the world, I believe. The chance of a woman dying in pregnancy within Afghanistan is 300 times that which is in our country. So if you want to find out how a social program within a country is working, and indeed the health of the people and the overall structure, you ask yourself, if the maternal mortality figures are down, then what does that mean? It means that you have a competent, you have healthcare personnel, you have medications, you have diagnostics, you have a rudimentary surgical system that's clean and effective. And if you have that, you know that you're going to affect all of the other parameters, such as infant mortality. You know you're going to be able to affect the lives of men and women. It also means that you have adequate nutrition and you have clean water. So if we're going to measure the effectiveness of how we're doing there, looking at the maternal mortality statistics within the country is a very sensitive indicator of how we are doing. And right now, it is the worst in the world. So it has to shake us up and ask ourselves, we have to do a better job. And it means that devoting those resources, not into single silo issues such as particular disease silos, but we have to work on developing an integrated healthcare system. And that not only applies for Afghanistan, but other countries. One of the mistakes we make is we pour money into malaria or AIDS or a number of other diseases like tuberculosis. And while this is important, a smarter way to do this would be able to work on building integrated healthcare systems to ensure that we have the healthcare personnel, to ensure that we have the diagnostics, the medications, the clean water, the nutrition, and also the personnel, and the surgical sites and clinics that are clean and effective and reasonably well equipped. If we don't have that, if we silo the medications and if we silo our healthcare initiatives internationally through siloing, we will not have the effect and the long-term effect that we need in order to establish an integrated healthcare system for developing countries. And this is exceptionally important because one of the flaws that we're engaging in is that by not dealing with a healthcare system as an integrated system and looking at it as silos, we don't get it right. We do not produce a long-term, stable healthcare system that can function on its own for a prolonged period of time. It's a challenge, and I would strongly ask the minister responsible for CETA to contact her public servants in CETA, who are excellent, and ask them, work with them, to be able to ensure that Canada is a leader with other partners in being able to do this. And drawing back to Afghanistan, this is exceptionally important for us to do that not only there but in other areas. In Darfur, which is being utterly excluded by the government, I would only make a plea through you, Mr. Speaker, to the ministers responsible, act and act now. The Prime Minister said, never again. The Prime Minister said that he would not allow on his watch genocide and gross human rights abuses to occur. Well, Mr. Speaker, they are occurring now. They're not only occurring in Darfur, they're occurring in Chad and the Central African Republic. And for any of you who have seen the movie Blood Diamonds, there are some horrific scenes in there. While it's only Hollywood, it gives you some indication of the type of terror that people endure, where people are gang raped, people have their limbs chopped off, people are tortured in ways that you cannot imagine living in Canada. But that is what is happening right now. It is happening on our watch. And God help us if 5 years down the line somebody writes a book, Shake Hands with the Devil Part 2, that deals with what happened in our failure to deal with the genocide in Darfur, Chad, and the Central African Republic. This is entirely preventable. And why on earth do we not call on other countries to work with other countries to send in that mission, those troops that are required right now to support the African Union, to save the lives on the ground, and do it now? Because, Mr. Speaker, if we fail to do this now, we are simply condoning genocide. And these people, innocent people, are dying and being tortured and raped unnecessarily. And it would have happened on our watch. So this can be dealt with. Khartoum is going to block it. Khartoum is going to say no. But they're the longest-serving genocidal regime in the world. So the issue before us is, do we listen to Khartoum, the longest-serving genocidal regime that don't want this to end, or do we act even if they don't like it? I submit to you, Mr. Speaker, that we should act, get the troops on the ground, get them in now, and save lives.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Esquimalt-Fuka for his intervention today. And I was particularly interested, as we know in Canada, how important it is to make sure that our democratic process has some protection. And one of the things that Canada rightly is proud of, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that we are often called into other countries either to observe elections. We saw that in the Ukraine a couple of years back. We've got Canadians that have gone into places like El Salvador. And of course, one of my pet projects is to make sure that more women have an opportunity to vote, and that our voting system, both in Canada and internationally, is such that women are encouraged to vote. Now, I know after Rwanda, the Rwanda genocide, that their constitution actually was changed so that constitutionally 50% of the parliamentary system had to include women. Now, of course, we're a far cry from that in Canada. We have merely 20%. Now, I wonder if the member could actually comment on what he sees happening in Afghanistan and how women are being encouraged to not only participate in the electoral system in terms of voting, but how women are being represented in the Afghani parliament, because as we know that in Afghanistan many women have struggled over many years to have their voices heard. So I wonder if the member could comment on that.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Bondafuka.
I thank, Mr. Speaker, my questions from my colleague from Vancouver Island, from home. She brings up some very interesting questions, and there are thankfully, there's a greater representation of women in Afghanistan in Parliament, and in fact, we had the honour last week of being at a meeting of the Union of the United Nations Associations of Canada, where a Afghan parliamentarian, a lady who was there, who addressed us quite eloquently, as did Afghanistan's ambassador to Canada's wife, Madame Samet, who's a very eloquent individual, and I hope one day she's able to go back to her home and take a position of authority, because she's really a very, very bright individual and very well spoken. So changes have happened. Changes have moved forward. If she's asking on the issue of quotas, I'm personally not in favor of quotas at all, because I would ask her as a woman herself how she would feel if she was actually moved to a position by virtue of her gender, as opposed to the quite substantial skills that she possesses as an individual. And if we're having quotas, isn't that demean any individual who falls within those quotas, be it women or people of color? So I'm not in favor of quotas. And if there was 70% women in Parliament who got in because of their merit, then that's wonderful. So be it, or 80%. But I'm firmly believing, Mr. Speaker, that we should be in a situation where merit trumps everything else, and people are advanced as a result of merit. Because I think it is offensive, I think, to people who are moved up by virtue of their color of their skin, or by virtue of their gender, or any other subcategory that you care to mention.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his comments on Bill C-31. One of the concerns that I had as a committee member on this bill was the issue of access to voting and potential barriers with the bill being created for people who, because of life circumstances, would not be able to exercise their franchise. And I brought this point forward to the committee by way of the testimony from witnesses, and moved amendments, and indeed brought the amendments forward to report stage, so that people who, for reasons of circumstance, would not have the photo ID or the access to two pieces of identification as would be recognized by Elections Canada. And notwithstanding, even in the bill, and to be very clear about it, the bill does say that you would be allowed to vote if you had someone there to vouch for you. The problem is that you have to have the person vouching for you would have to be on the voters list in that particular poll. And we know, having heard testimony from Aboriginal people, advocates, hearing from people who advocate on behalf of the homeless and students, that this will be problematic. Indeed, we know in homeless shelters that often people aren't there for a very long time. And the fact of the matter is that the people who are advocates working on their behalf often don't reside in the same riding, let alone the same poll, so they won't be on the voters list. So we have a predicament here, Mr. Speaker. We have a bill that's going to be seemingly passed, sadly, and it's going to put barriers in front of Canadians, and is going to disenfranchise potentially people. And if you take it one step further, Jeff Conacher from the Democracy Watch said we could have a Florida on our hands, and he simply stated that if people challenge their right to vote, and there are close results in any particular riding, and we have a minority parliament, we could in fact be setting up a situation like they had in the United States recently, where it wasn't the people of the United States who decided who the government was. It was in fact, or the president in their case, and it was the Supreme Court, and certainly no one wants to go down that route. I'm not suggesting that will happen. I'm simply suggesting here are some of the barriers, and why in goodness name would we go down that route when there's other solutions? The solutions were if you're potential voter fraud, which, by the way, the Chief Electoral Officer, who he lauded so well, and I agree with him, mentioned at committee that there wasn't the problem that was being suggested by committee members. So, we have to take a look at if this indeed is a real problem. Analogy would be ripping off your roof because you might have a draft in your basement window. But if we have, in fact, the Chief Electoral Officer saying that, and we have problems around access to voting, and we have, as Duff Conacher said, a potential where we'll have an outcome that will be challenged, and therefore putting our whole system in peril. What are we to do? So I just like his comments on that notion that this could actually put more barriers in front of Canadians.
The honourable member for Esquimalt-Juan-Fuca.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has posed a very good question.
Mr. Speaker, that the member poses a very intriguing question on how to give voice to the voiceless. And I don't have an answer for him on the population that he's talking about. But I would submit to you that if we can send probes to the furthest reaches of the solar system, then surely we should be able to overcome this. And one way, I think, to give voice to not the people, the population that he's talking about, but electronic voting. Surely there has to be a way to overcome obstacles that exist today or perceived obstacles in terms of electronic voting. Why don't we enable people to be able to vote electronically in a way that is open, transparent, and free from any kind of gerrymandering? So I believe that that's a course of action we can take. I won't tap into the population that my honourable colleague is referring to necessarily, but I'm sure he has other solutions that would enable us to address this challenge in those populations that are in homeless shelters, that do move around, that are of no fixed address, and enable them to exercise their democratic right to vote. I think, though, that e-voting would enable more Canadians to vote and would significantly give an upswell to the 38% of Canadians who do not tend to vote from one election to the other. So e-voting would strengthen our democracy by enabling more people to exercise that democratic right to choose who the leaders are in their country.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is with some sadness, actually, that I'm getting up to speak on Bill C-31 today, the piece of legislation that is amending the Canada Elections Act, and in part, it's because as I'm sure all parliamentarians in this House, I highly value our democratic system. And I think that what we really need to be doing in our democracy is encouraging people to vote. And I think that it's really important that we look for ways to ensure the integrity of our system, to ensure that our voting systems aren't being breached, but we also need to look for ways to actually encourage voter turnout. And there are a couple of issues that I want to specifically address today, Mr. Speaker. Part of it is that, first of all, the rationale behind this legislation has been around alleged voter fraud. And the Chief Electoral Officer has actually said that there are very few isolated incidents around this. So it almost feels like we're using a sledgehammer to kill a gnat. And I would argue that what we really need to do with this particular piece of legislation is look for the places where there have been breaches in the system and develop fixes for those particular breaches. Instead, what we are potentially doing is disenfranchising potential voters. And I think part of our concern around this has been that over the last number of elections, what we've actually seen, Mr. Speaker, is a decrease in voter turnout. In the last election, it was somewhere in the low 60s. And that should be a true warning bell for each and every one of us here, because what you can then end up with is somebody, a particular party, and it doesn't matter which one it is, you could end up with a particular party forming a majority with 30-some-odd% of the vote. And so if you do the math on that, Mr. Speaker, you could have somebody with 35% of 60% forming a majority in this country. And that should be a major concern for us. So what this bill coming before the House has failed to do is look for ways to encourage voter turnout. And instead what I fear is that some of the things may actually discourage people. And in particular, what we have is we have a number of individuals who, for many good reasons, lack proper identification. And it may be due to poverty, illness, disability, frequent moves, having no stable address because they're homeless. And these people may not have an opportunity to exercise their democratic right. One of my caucus colleagues from Timmins James Bay this week was talking about the fact that he got a letter from a senior who doesn't drive and has never driven. And so she actually doesn't have government-issued ID in the form of a driver's license, for example. And so she was very concerned about whether her ability to vote was going to be impinged upon. In addition, Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we really look to is lack of intrusion in our lives by governments. And I'm going to quote from some work that my colleague from Ottawa Centre has done, and he's done some very good work in raising concerns around this particular piece of legislation. And he said, ordinary Canadians feel a sense of vulnerability because of a lack of protection of their identity by governments and institutions. So it may come to the surprise of many that Parliament is about to pass a bill that will make the average citizen's privacy even more vulnerable. Bill C-31, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act. The intent of the bill is to crack down on potential voter fraud. While this is an admirable goal, the bill misses the point and provides ill-measured remedies. Voters will be shocked to learn that in the next federal election, every citizen's birth date will be on the voters list. Why? Presumably so that returning officers can use this information to verify if the voter is indeed who they say they are. Even though the bill requires all voters to provide government-issued photo identification, in addition to a special identifier that will be given each voter. If that wasn't enough of a peek into your privacy, an amendment was passed to share your birth date information with political parties. Good, and the member said, why? Good question, and that is a very good question, Mr. Speaker. Why would political parties need access to the voter's date of birth? Well, Mr. Speaker, the member from Ottawa Centre felt that providing birth date information was really a contravention around privacy. And the party has actually written to the Jennifer Stoddart, the Privacy Commissioner, the member from Ottawa Centre, wrote a letter expressing the concerns that we have around this. I think, Mr. Speaker, in part, there's some feeling that perhaps providing voter ID to political parties is actually more about politics than protecting the integrity of our electoral system. And there's certainly been some suggestion that this will allow political parties to target voters for campaigning and fundraising. And surely, Mr. Speaker, our electoral system, the integrity of our electoral system should not be used for such crass political purposes. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have been really concerned, the New Democrats have been very concerned about making sure that we do protect the integrity of the system. And the member from Ottawa Centre had some concrete suggestions, some concrete amendments that he put forward in order to ensure that integrity. And I've got three here that he raised. And he talked about the fact that making sure all voter cards are sent in envelopes addressed to the voter, so that if the person no longer resides at the address, that the card would actually be returned to Elections Canada and not just left lying around for some, occupant of the residence to pick up. In addition, he has requested that there be a universal enumeration system so that there is an accurate voters list. And, Mr. Speaker, any political party who has had to deal with the current voters list knows that the voters list is inaccurate, there are duplicates, There are people who passed away a number of years ago, and they're still on the voters list despite all of their families and loved ones' efforts to have them removed from the voters list. So, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that universal enumeration will help us address some of those concerns and have a much more accurate list that at the polling stations people can rely on with some degree of comfort. In addition, this is a really important one. The member from Ottawa Centre has suggested that people who are not on the voters list have the ability to be sworn in with a statutory declaration with a voter at the polling station verifying who they are. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is some provision in the current legislation to allow one person to vouch for one person, but they can only do it once. Now, I would argue, Mr. Speaker, that in some cases, say, for example, homeless shelters, that some of the workers who work in those homeless shelters have known some of the residents who come in nightly to stay out of the cold. They've known them for quite some time, and so they could vouch for a number of people at that shelter. And in some of our neighborhoods where they're Vancouver East Side, I know the member from Vancouver East Side has spoken about this as well, about the fact that they have a system set up for statutory declarations so that people who often don't have government ID of any sort do have that right to exercise their vote. And, Mr. Speaker, I think in a society where we're talking about the fact that we want to have an equal society, that we must make sure that all members of our society have access to that right and that privilege of voting. Mr. Speaker, I know one of the things that has been raised in the House is some concerns around First Nations and their ability to access their right to vote as well. And although I agree that the status card is one of the tools that is recognized as government ID, one of the things that does concern me is that there is a new status card being developed, and there is not a date at this point in time about when that new status card will be available. And in a release by the Assembly of First Nations, they were talking about in the context of land crossings, but they were saying that the role of the new secure status card still in design and approval process will occur later this year, later in 2007. It is anticipated that the new secure status card will be available for use in time for the implementation of the requirement for transborder documents for land crossings as of January 1st, 2008. The question really is, Mr. Speaker, is at this point in time, if we should end up in federal elections sometime in the next couple of months, and I know many members in this House hope it will not be so, the question is will those old status cards be accepted while the new ones are being developed? And I think that's an important question that needs to be answered for First Nations peoples. Mr. Speaker, I think it's unfortunate that in terms of amending the Elections Act, that we also did not look at this as an opportunity for broader electoral reform. I think that many Canadians over a number of years have expressed some concerns around, for example, the lack of representation of women in the House. And the member for Esquimalt-Fuka talked about the fact of having some discomfort with quota systems. But a couple of years ago at the United Nations, the Interparliamentary Union had some presentations around countries where there has been some success around increasing women's participation in the electoral process. And what they found is that the remedy it was complicated, and unfortunately we don't have time in the House today to talk about what would be a good system around improving women's participation in the electoral process. But what the presenters at the International Parliamentary Union suggested is that you actually needed a broad cross-section of remedies, including quotas. They found that countries where quotas were put in place, legislated in conjunction with education, in conjunction with some financial supports, that these countries did a far better job of increasing women's participation in the electoral process. In addition, Mr. Speaker, in case, and I would agree with the member from Esquimalt-Fuka, that numbers in and of themselves aren't sufficient. In the case of Sweden, in the early 90s, they were quite dismayed at the dropping rate of participation of women in Parliament. And so the Social Democratic Party instituted a policy of their own party And although it doesn't translate well into English, their slogan was, "Every other one is a lady." And they ran a campaign where they were committed to electing more women. And 50% of the ridings were held by women. And as a result of that initiative by the Social Democratic Party, first of all, they shamed the other parties into running more women candidates. And we could certainly use that in this House, Mr. Speaker, given the fact that only 20% of this House is women. And although New Democrats are close to 50%, we've got 41% of our caucus is women. Other parties have not done nearly as well. And I think it's very important that we ensure that there is balanced representation in this House. But back to Sweden, Mr. Speaker, what they found was that they managed to increase women's participation to about, I think, approximately 43%. But a couple of years ago, they surveyed the members of the House and discovered that although women were participating in greater numbers, there were still many systemic barriers for women's full participation. And the Parliament was shocked, because they thought with 43 some odd percent of women participating that everything was going to be fixed. What they discovered is that there was still sexism going on, there were still inappropriate remarks, women were still not getting some of the higher profile assignments. And so the Swedish Parliament has struck a committee to address some of those concerns, and I look forward to the report that will come out to see what measures they've put in place to ensure that their House has true equality and that moves just beyond the numbers. So, Mr. Speaker, I think there's another area where we missed an opportunity with this particular piece of legislation in amending the Canada Elections Act to look again at some other broader electoral reform. And a couple of years back, the former member from Ottawa Centre, Ed Broadbent, had put together a paper called Cleaning Up Politics, Demanding Changes in Ethics and Accountability. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to focus on the whole 7-point plan, although I would welcome that opportunity to do that. But there were two key pieces in this plan, and one was democratic accountability for MPs, and the other one was electoral reform. Now, Mr. Speaker, I would suggest that there is a growing cynicism in this country around the fact that you can be elected for one party and a mere 2 weeks later end up representing another party without your constituents having any say in that whatsoever. And Ed Broadbent, the former member from Ottawa Centre, talked about democratic accountability should mean no MP can ignore his or her voters and wheel and deal for personal gain. MPs should not be permitted to ignore their voters' wishes, change parties, cross the floor, and become a member of another party without first resigning their seat and running in a by-election. Wherever we can, we must put an end to backroom opportunism in politics. In particular, we must ensure that MPs who are voted in as members of one political party no longer have the right to ignore those parties and those voters who put them there in the first place. MPs should not be permitted to ignore their voters' wishes by changing parties, crossing the floor, and becoming a member of the cabinet without first resigning their seat and running in a by-election. We must combat cynicism by making better rules. Public trust cannot be written off for personal gain. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know the former member from Ottawa Centre had great respect in this House. And because he had served in this House for a number of years, he has certainly seen the winds of change and can only speak from a place, I'm sure, of great disappointment in the floor crossing that has happened over this last couple of years. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the former member from Ottawa Centre, Ed Broadbent, also was a big proponent of electoral reform and talked about the fact that we've missed that opportunity to institute meaningful electoral reform. And he talked about a couple of things in here, and again, I'm quoting from the paper that he helped author. He said, a major source of needed democratic reform is our outmoded first-past-the-post electoral system. There is a serious imbalance in the House of Commons in gender, ethnic, ideological, and regional voting preferences. Our present system does not reflect Canadian voters' intentions. Fairness means we need a mixed electoral system that combines individual constituency-based MPs with proportional representation. Most other Commonwealth countries have already moved in this direction. A major source of needed democratic reform is our outmoded first-past-the-post electoral system. In Canada, every vote should matter. 90% of the world's democracies, including Australia, New Zealand, Scotland, Ireland, and Wales, have abandoned or significantly modified the pre-democratic British system that still prevails in Ottawa. As the Canadian Law Commission recommended, and 5 provinces seem to agree, fairness means that we need a mixed electoral system that combines individual constituency-based MPs with proportional representation. The global evidence is clear. Only such a system would positively redress the existing imbalance in the House of Commons in gender, ethnic, ideological, and regional voting preferences. The Pepin-Robarts Commission pointed out a quarter of a century ago our present system does a great disservice to Canadian unity because regional representation in the House of Commons, in the caucuses, and in the Cabinet does not reflect Canadian voters' intentions. Now I'm going back a little bit in history here. Recently, a standing committee on the House of Commons voted unanimously on a motion presented by Ed Broadbent that called for a concurrent 2-track process to begin by October 1st, 2005, with a joint session midway through the process in November. According to the committee's proposal, the citizens' consultation process would have concluded its work and publicly released its report by January 30th, 2006. This report would then have been taken into account by the special committee in the development of its final report and recommendations on Canada's democratic and electoral systems. It would table its recommendations in the House on or by February 28, 2006. Regrettably, on September 20, 2005, the then minister responsible announced that the consultation process on electoral reform would not begin as promised this year. This cynicism effectively means that there will be no decision on electoral reform before the next election. And, Mr. Speaker, we could see the fact that there was no decision on electoral reform. So I would actually urge all members of this House to support the motion that the member from Vancouver Island North will be bringing forward, calling on this House to examine a system of electoral reform, proportional representation, that would have us make sure that every vote counted in Canada. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's an important matter, and I hope all members will support the motion from the Vancouver Island North, but defeat Bill C-31. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That was a wide-ranging speech and a number of things I'd like to ask questions about, but I'll just focus on one thing, which is the final note that the Honourable Member was addressing, and that's the subject of the consultation that was supposed to take place as a result of the 43rd report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, which was to have set up a consultation process across the country on a number of issues, including electoral reform, but not exclusively electoral reform, a number of issues relating to the operation of the House of Commons and Canadian democracy, including the roles of MPs, of parties. It did include the issue of participation by women and Aboriginal people was a particularly important component. In fact, I insisted on myself, sitting on that committee, that participation rates of Aboriginals and youth be included because they, in fact, are two groups that participate both in voting terms and representational terms in smaller numbers than their percentage of the population would warrant. That being said, I think she might have some of her historical facts wrong. I just want to make sure that everybody understands this, and that she in particular understands this. She's quite right. In June, the committee on which I sat reported unanimously on this, called for the report to take place. The then minister did indeed announce in September that nothing had happened. The deadline that had been applied by the committee had passed, and this committee couldn't go forward. But what she didn't mention is that earlier this year, a citizens' consultation process set up in the same manner that had been advocated by Ed Broadbent before the committee, the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, was set up to deal with these very same issues. And that process is now started. It's underway. The committee or consultation process is traveling across the country and is due to report back to this House by the end of May. So all of that being said, it gives some context. It points out that there is goodwill from the new government with respect to this report, in which a number of us, including myself in this government, had concurred. And saying that, I want to draw our attention, in fact, to a problem that exists with motion M262, and it's this. It refers to the setting up of a consultation process when in fact one already exists, and therefore in a sense the motion, which I know was put forward in goodwill back in I guess November or December of last year, but it's now out of step, and this is a bit of a problem. I'm not sure how we could approve that motion without effectively causing two parallel citizen consultation processes. And given the fact that New Democrats have been complaining about the cost of the consultation process, I don't know how you square that circle, have two of them in parallel, not costing more, not contradicting each other, and so on. So I invite her comment as to whether or not M262 hasn't in fact been superseded by events that have taken place since that time as a result of the goodwill of the current government with regard to this group of issues, or constellation of issues, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
I want to thank the member for his question. Mr. Speaker, in my understanding of this process, I'm from British Columbia, as members of this House are well aware, and there was a citizens' assembly process in British Columbia that was actually driven by the people. And the Premier announced the Citizens' Assembly, and then what they actually did was they had 2 members from each of the seats in British Columbia, each of the ridings in British Columbia, Mr. Speaker. And that Citizens' Assembly, and it was balanced off by some additional representation to make sure that gender First Nations was recognized in that process. And that Citizens' Assembly did an incredible amount of work in terms of examining the various systems that were out there, looking at what was working, what wasn't, hearing from scholars who were very well aware of the electoral system. So, Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the current process that's underway does not reflect that kind of citizen engagement. And I think that the proposal that was put forward by Ed Broadbent about a 2-track system where we would have that meaningful citizens' engagement paralleled by a parliamentary process with the 2 of them coming together would make sure that voices were heard from coast to coast to coast. We know that this is a diverse country, Mr. Speaker. We know that we're a very proud country in the fact that we have so many different voices that come from different perspectives. And I would suggest that a process that's controlled out of the PMO rather than driven by citizen engagement is absolutely the wrong way to go. It displays a fundamental lack of understanding around consultation. And when we talk about consultation, I come back to the fact that, for example, First Nations peoples have been calling for a definition of an adequate consultation process, and we just see it spilling out in so many different ways. Electoral systems, First Nations. When will we actually have a better understanding and more meaningful input into a meaningful consultation process?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just on the last point, I think it's important to note that whilst it is the government's point of view that they are going to the people and consulting, it's interesting to note that they did this after Christmas when they're looking for replacements because their 5 priorities had been, according to them, done. So they were looking and searching for new ideas. So they were, if you will, circumventing what they knew was a proposal we were bringing forward to the House of Commons. My colleague has mentioned that, and we'll be debating that here in the House of Commons. So with respect to my my colleague from the Ottawa Valley, I beg to differ in terms of the integrity, if you will, of the process. They're going to have it controlled by, as my colleague said, the PMO. They did this out of nowhere, seemingly. It hadn't been debated in the House. It certainly had been debated in the committee. The previous government had failed to do it, and we're wanting it to be, if you will, owned by Parliament and not announced by a minister right after Christmas to denote that they're actually doing something on this issue. So I think we might beg to differ on the integrity and the intent of where the government's going with consultation. But we'll deal with that for sure next week, and we'll have a debate around that. I'd like to ask my colleague about the whole process of having First Nations vote, and if indeed there are barriers in this bill that we heard from First Nations at committee, what that will mean for the people in her region, and if so, if it's going to be a barrier, the changes to legislation. What do you think the outcome will be in terms of voter participation for Aboriginal peoples? And what kind of actions do you think will be taken by Aboriginal people themselves or people who advocate for them in terms of a legal process or procedure? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for Ottawa Centre for his question. I think that what often our electoral system does is it fails to recognize the geography of our country, for example. And in my riding, there is a First Nations community on an island called Cooper Island. And in the last election, during the advance poll, the members from Cooper Island were expected to travel by ferry from Cooper Island to Vancouver Island, drive 45 minutes north, get on another ferry, and go to Gabriola Island for the advance poll. Now, Mr. Speaker, that clearly demonstrates a lack of understanding about the geographical challenges in some of our ridings. In addition, I know much work has been done around including polling stations on many First Nations reserves to ensure that people have access to the polls, but more work needs to be done in that particular area. And I think it's also important to include in that some background and information and voter education. That applies across the country. I think voter education is a really important piece of what we need to do more of. And I mentioned earlier the question around the status cards and the concern that we still haven't had any clarification about whether, with this new bill, whether the old status cards will still be accepted if we have an election before the new status cards come out. So I don't know if there's been adequate consultation. This comes up consistently. How First Nations peoples have been consulted in terms of their right to vote, their access to voting, the identification that's required for voting. Those are all really important considerations. And if the consultation process has been the way it has been in the past, I would argue that it's been insufficient. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm just wondering about my time. Do I have 20?
At 1:30, I will tell you that your time is up.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Speaker, let me start then by to restructure my arguments in the right sort of way. I want to start by dealing with the very last comment that the Honourable Member for Vancouver Island North had made regarding Aboriginal people and concerns about the identification they would be able to use at the polls. And I should mention that this issue came up in committee, and I thought the committee dealt with this very effectively, and it was in a spirit of multi-partisan cooperation that we dealt with this. What we did was we went back, amended the bill as it had been presented to the House. It was actually a Liberal proposal, which was submitted to the committee. I then spoke to it, and we adopted a proposal that deals with identification. What you have to have at the polls if you want to vote under the provisions of Bill C-31 is you have to have either one piece of identification that has your photograph and your name, of course, and your address, or you have to have two pieces of identification that are authorized by the Chief Electoral Officer, and I'm just reading from the bill, each of which establishes the elector's name, and at least one of which, not both, at least one of which establishes the elector's address. That was an amendment, actually, going from two pieces that have your address and your name to just one with your address. That was an amendment, actually, that I had proposed, and it ensures that a number of commonly used pieces of identification that don't have the address but that have a very, very high degree of certainty, such as passports, bus passes, student cards, items that are out there in great number and are not likely to be fraudulently produced because the issuing authorities have very strong incentives for their own reasons to prevent people from coming up with fraudulent bus passes, for example. So this allows a wider range of people, particularly those who are lower income and therefore don't have driver's licenses or who are students and who've moved frequently and therefore unlikely to have identification that gives their address. This is another way of ensuring, or multiple ID with their address, this is another way of ensuring they can vote. And in addition to that, this was the amendment that had been moved by one of the Liberal members on the committee, which we supported, says that in addition that any document issued by the Government of Canada, and I'm quoting from the bill as amended by the committee, any document issued by the Government of Canada that certifies that a person is registered as an Indian under the Indian Act constitutes an authorized piece of identification as one of those two pieces of identification that you are required to produce at the polls. So special effort was made to ensure that Aboriginal people who have some particular difficulties, given the fact that many of them are living on reserve and don't have some of the ID you would often have, such as passports, bus passes, student cards, driver's licenses, would still be able to have ID and go to the polls to vote. So I have a great deal I'd like to talk about, but I'm going to have difficulty doing it, Mr. Speaker, in the allowed time, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 26.1, I move, seconded by the member for Okanagan-Shuswap, that the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of considering Bill C-31.
Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Mays, moves that the House continue to sit beyond the ordinary hour of daily adjournment for the purpose of consideration of Bill C-31. Will all those members who object to the motion please rise in their place? There are no points of order while we're doing a vote. Please. There are no points of order during a vote. Fewer than 15 members having risen, the motion is adopted. Aucun député ne s'est enlevé.
No member having risen, the motion is adopted.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington on a point of order.
Yes, I was asking about how much time I had initially. Now that we're continuing on with as if I had the full amount, was it 10 minutes or was it 20?
Since you have moved a motion, that ends your speech. Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
You were on questions and comments, I believe, Speaker, or no?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre is rising on questions and comments.
Yes. Speaker, and regarding what's in front of us in Bill C-31, which I will speak to eventually, I wanted to just, since I didn't have the luxury of hearing my colleague speak, it was kind of self-inflicted censorship on his behalf. We have a situation where he knows that in committee we had heard witness statements from people who represent the homeless, Aboriginal people, and students, and they were very concerned about this bill and what was being put forward. That one would have to find a person to vouch for someone if they weren't able to present a photo identification or 2 pieces of identification that was recognized as legitimate by the government. And in fact, that you would have a system where presently you can have a person vouch for you and indeed say this is whom the person is, and that would be fine. But as he knows, in the bill, it's now restricted to have only one person being able to do that, and one person who is indeed on the voters list in that particular riding and poll. But he would know from the testimony, the witnesses, when asked very specifically, and I was focused the question on the circumstances of those who are homeless and who move around quite frequently and don't have the identification, what this would do. And I said, is this a situation where people will in fact lose their ability to vote in the circumstances as presented? In other words, homeless person, for instance, who has to have someone vouch for them, would not have that benefit because you would have perhaps someone who is an advocate for them who doesn't live in the riding, who might be on the voters list but not in the riding. And in fact, what you're saying to that person is that you're jeopardizing, there would be a barrier for them to be able to vote. So I guess my question is, member was there at committee, he heard the testimony of those who advocate for the homeless, Aboriginal people, and students. And I guess my question is, does he not understand that this is a barrier that they highlighted and said we shouldn't do that? And if so, if he believes them, not me, then why is he supporting this bill, and why is he not supporting the amendments I had put forward for statutory declaration? In other words, do we not trust Canadians? Are we so big brother and paternalistic in this place that we decide what's good for them? And I'm curious as to what the member thinks about that.
It being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington will have the pleasure to respond to this question at 2:30 when we return. I'm sure that the honourable member for Ottawa Centre will wait with anxiety for the reply.
Private members' business, resuming debate and second reading of Bill S-211, an act to amend the criminal code lottery scheme, standing in the name of Mr. Coderre. The honourable member
for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak to Bill S-211. Although Bill S-211's objectives may be well-meaning and addresses the important issue of gambling, its effect is problematic. In its wisdom, Parliament determined in 1969 that the federal, provincial, and territorial governments would each have permission under the Criminal Code to conduct a lottery scheme. In 1985, Parliament chose to eliminate the permission that had existed for a lottery scheme that is conducted by the federal government, leaving provincial and territorial governments running governmental lottery schemes exclusively. Since 1969, provinces and territories have been free to decide for themselves what kinds of lottery schemes they would offer within their jurisdictions. This decision is one that they can freely take within the range set by Parliament under the Criminal Code. This range is presently very broad and includes not only lottery tickets, but even slot machines or computerized lottery schemes. Provinces and territories, Mr. Speaker, have chosen to use their Criminal Code permission for lottery schemes in different ways. For example, Ontario and British Columbia place provincial government slot machines which pay out by cash at racetracks and at casinos, but do not place any video lottery terminals or VLTs which pay out by a ticket that is then redeemed for cash in bars. Yukon places slot machines at the casino in Dawson City. However, none of the territories places VLTs in bars. Quebec, the Atlantic, and Prairie provinces all place provincial government VLTs in bars. Quebec, Nova Scotia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba also place slot machines at casinos or racetracks or both. So, we see that there is a great variety in the provincial and territorial decisions about the extent of machine gambling that will be offered. Each province or territory, I hasten to add, is responsible to its provincial or territorial voters. In fact, Alberta, Manitoba, and New Brunswick have held province-wide referenda or municipal referenda on whether to place VLTs in bars, and they have respected any decisions for the removal of VLTs from bars, thus reinforcing their rightful jurisdiction to legislate in this area based on the wants and needs of their citizens. Furthermore, some provinces have decided to cap or even reduce the number of their VLTs and slot machines. It seems to me that it is heavy-handed to suggest, as Bill S-211 does, that the federal parliament should now step in and remove the ability of provinces and territories to make these decisions for themselves. Mr. Speaker, I also find it very striking that Bill 211 limits itself to eliminating the possibility of placing provincial or territorial government VLTs in bars, but it does not eliminate them from casinos and racetracks. If the logic really is to reduce problem gambling, one certainly must wonder why provincial and territorial government VLTs and slot machines would remain permissible at all. It seems illogical to me to think that problem gambling would be reduced by simply shifting the provincial government VLT machines into a mini casino in a strip mall or in a shop within the same locality where the VLTs now sit within a bar. In effect, what Bill S-211 would bring about would be a redistribution of the rental fee now paid by provinces to bar owners over to some other landlord, or even to the provincial government if it decides to be its own landlord for VLT gaming. Bill S-211 sounds very much like an incursion into provincial areas of authority. I would call it an intrusion, without having a real connection to the reduction of problem gambling. This alone could be enough to negatively affect federal, provincial, and territorial relationships, Mr. Speaker. There is, however, the additional element of the federal, provincial, and territorial agreements on gaming that would be thrown over by Bill S-211. They call for preservation of the position achieved by the provinces through the agreements and stipulate that any alteration is to be made by unanimous agreement. Although Bill S-211's objectives may be well-meaning, its effect would be to completely ignore important provisions of the existing gaming agreement. It would also set a drop-dead time period for negotiating prior to proclamation into force. Its delayed proclamation date also set parameters for negotiating any new agreement. In reality, Bill S-211 would unilaterally kill the veto that provinces and territories now hold under the negotiated gaming agreement. Although the federal government is not putting forward this bill that breaks the deal, it would nonetheless be left to deal with its fallout in terms of federal, provincial, and territorial relations. Such a state of affairs, Mr. Speaker, is highly undesirable. All honourable members must clearly understand this impact that Bill S-211 would have on the trust relationships built between the federal, provincial, and territorial governments on this issue. Mr. Speaker, Bill S-211 would lead to the erosion of an important intergovernmental agreement without necessarily lowering the rate of problem gambling in Canada. For these reasons, Mr. Speaker, I cannot support this bill. Thank you.
Very well.
Questions and comments? Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Châteauguay-Saint-Constant. Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased today to take part in the debate on Bill S-211 by Senator Lapointe, a bill to an act to amend the criminal code relating to lottery schemes. Senator Lapointe, someone whom I admire, is trying to help compulsive gamblers, and this is something of which the Bloc Québécois is very much aware. Senator Lapointe's bill is quite laudable, and I'm sure that many of us may know or may have met individuals who are young or not so young and who have become victims of compulsive gambling. You might know someone who is close to you or even related to you, and I have met people in my riding whose situation is tragic, and I'm certainly not indifferent to this, whether it be bingo, video poker, or casinos. The compulsive gambler plays for various reasons. Sometimes it's an expression of a need, sometimes it's for leisure, sometimes people want to win great amounts of money so that others will admire them, or to increase their self-confidence. After having lost what has been wagered, the gambler continues to try to make up for his losses, and this just perpetuates the problem. According to Laval University, 80% of compulsive gamblers have debts. Among one-third of men, this would represent about $150,000, whereas for women it's about $15,000. And I believe that video lottery terminals are non-negligible in this indebtedness. If these machines are numerous, it's because of their programming. In a scientific magazine, it would seem that these machines take advantage of certain failures in the cognitive system, and in Quebec, efforts have been made to reduce the impact of video lottery terminals. I'll deal with this a little later. Therefore, Bill S211 wants to limit the social problems related to VLTs. This is a noble objective to improve the lot of these individuals. This objective is no doubt shared by other members here in the House, and that is why I agree with the principle of the bill. However, I believe it is important to consider the impacts of S211 because its apparent simplicity hires consequences that must be closely examined. S211 suggests a number of solutions to slow down compulsive gambling by limiting access to VLTs. In order to do this, three things are put forward: to reduce the number of establishments with VLTs so that they would be concentrated in areas designated to this effect, such as racetracks, casinos, or legal gambling houses. In amending the criminal code to have as an offense any establishment that has this type of machine, or third, providing a 3-year time frame for the government to elaborate a strategy for an effective transition.
Mr. Speaker, no one is against virtue, and that's why I support this initiative to reduce, if not eliminate, such human misery. The bill put forward by Senator Lapointe does go along this line, but I find that we must consider certain aspects of the bill which will have but a short-term impact. Here I'm talking about future negotiations between the federal and provincial levels, particularly the Quebec government. Therefore, S211 certainly does deserve our examination in committee. I hope that my colleagues will listen carefully to my concerns with respect to this bill. I talked about respecting provincial jurisdiction. This prerogative, or the provincial prerogative with respect to lotteries, is the result of a long battle between two levels of government. The most important event here is the 1985 agreement, in which the federal government ceded its power to the provinces and territories, providing that these governments did not give operating licenses to third parties. Provinces and territories therefore manage their lottery systems as they wish. I would like to talk about the Quebec initiatives in the area of VLTs in order to deal with dependencies and minimize the social costs. Indeed, before the creation of the Quebec Lotto Company in 1994, there were between 30,000 and 40,000 illegal VLTs in Quebec. These machines had no parameters, were available to all sectors of the population, and often criminal groups were involved. The future, with the arrival of Lotto Quebec, we were able to reduce this number to 14,000 VLTs and 3,267 established in 2005. I would point out that the number of machines and the number of establishments has been going down steadily since 1997. In addition, Quebec adopted a series of social measures to fight against gambling, and this includes prevention programs and technical limitations put on the machines and strict rules to deal with compulsive gamblers. The Lotto Quebec plan is going to reconfigure its network so that there will be fewer than 31% of the current number of VLTs between 2004 and 2007. Clearly, that will take a lot of VLTs out of bars, restaurants, and breweries. Nevertheless, if S211 is adopted as such, the amendment to the criminal code will open the door to for the federal government to meddle in provincial and territorial jurisdictions. That will break the balance that was achieved by the 1985 agreement. Therefore, I would like us to look into this aspect further in order so we can come up with measures that will be complementary to the initiatives taken by the Quebec government. There's not only the relationship with Ottawa and the respect for provincial jurisdictions that concern me. Senator Lapointe wants to improve the plight of compulsive gamblers, and in so doing, the quality of life of all of society. In the pre-1994 situation in Quebec, I was wondering whether Quebec was really making good use of these VLTs, and I knew that they were part and parcel of organized crime. So if we concentrate on these machines in specific areas, are we not once again leaving the door open to funding by organized groups? My colleagues will agree with me that these groups have absolutely no moral conscience with respect to pathological gambling. I would say that they don't have the resources that the provinces have in order to limit this phenomenon. So I hope to meet with social groups when the committee looks for answers to these questions. In my opinion, we will be opening the door to long negotiations that are required. If these negotiations fail, organized crimes may pick up the slack. So I am therefore wondering about the impact of S211 on pathological players. Reducing the number of machines will certainly reduce the attraction for these players. And if we criminalize these illegal operators, won't we making it more difficult for players to deal with their problem? I will conclude, Mr. Speaker, by saying that despite our concerns, I am sympathetic to Bill S211. This is why, like my party, I hope that we study the impacts mentioned and hear witnesses in committee. We will therefore be voting in favor at second reading, and we intend to propose constructive amendments in order to deal with the welfare of society and the respect for provincial jurisdictions, particularly those of Quebec. Compulsive gambling is a serious problem that has an important impact on the family, relatives, and, of course, all of society. S211 covers this problem without banning VLTs. So I feel that this activity needs to have better parameters, because this is a very difficult problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary West.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to talk a little bit here about Bill S211. It's amending the criminal code in relation to gaming offences in order to allow the narrow exemption that allows provincial governments to lawfully conduct and manage lottery schemes involving video lottery terminals and slot machines by limiting the locations at which such machines can be installed to casinos, racecourses, and betting theatres. Mr. Speaker, this is one of those situations where we try as best we can to respect, in a sense, the territorial and provincial jurisdictions of the provinces. In 1969, Parliament authorized the federal government, provincial territory governments to operate lottery schemes as a permitted exception to the gaming offences found in the criminal code. And under a 1979 gaming agreement with the provinces and territories, the federal government agreed not to operate lottery schemes. under a 1985 gaming agreement, the federal government agreed to place a bill before Parliament that would eliminate permission for the federal government to operate lottery schemes and pool betting operations. And Parliament passed that bill in 1985. The 1985 legislation also clarified that provinces and territories may operate a lottery scheme conducted on or through a computer, video device, or slot machine, but they cannot license others to do so. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, Ontario, British Columbia, and the 3 territories do not place any government video lottery terminals, VLTs, in other words, a form of slot machine, in bars. However, Mr. Speaker, all of their jurisdictions, commencing with the Atlantic provinces in the 1990s, placed territorial government VLTs at locations including bars for which the provinces pay a rental fee. New Brunswick's decision to place VLTs in bars was, some years later, narrowly supported by a province-wide referendum. In Alberta and Manitoba, municipal referenda were held under provincial legislation and led to the removal of provincial government VLTs from bars in the few municipalities that voted in support of their removal. As well, Mr. Speaker, a number of provinces, including Quebec, which is the province with the most VLTs, have chosen to place a cap on the total number of VLTs placed in bars across the province. The way I guess generally see this, Mr. Speaker, is a situation whereby really we should be respecting, in a sense, those local jurisdictions with regard to how they do these things. There's many things here that seem to indicate we have a responsible use of these provisions by the provinces and territories. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that in that capacity, it's kind of self-evident. I would like to, Mr. Speaker, maybe touch on some aspects here of things involving, gaming and video lottery terminals, if I may. And that is that that's a very good question, Mr. Speaker. Anyhow, I think at this point, Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to be extemporaneous with regard to this. With regard to Bill C-211 and the criminal code, I'd like to touch on maybe some other things that are impacted by the criminal code, Mr. Speaker, namely that I've been in this place for close to 10 years, and many a time I've heard other parties in this place talk about how they care about the criminal justice system, Mr. Speaker, and how they would like to, get tough on crime. This is reference to the criminal code, and we're dealing with an aspect of this, amending the criminal code, Mr. Speaker, and so I'm broadening the debate here. I've heard many people over time in this place say that they want to see us get tough on justice, and yet, I know our government here has brought forward a number of changes to the criminal code, and we're facing a lot of opposition on those things. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not so much because the public is opposed to getting tough on crime, Mr. Speaker. I think they are in favor of that. Some of those provisions, I'm sure, like ending early parole or mandatory minimum sentences and those types of things, are supported by the vast majority of people, probably in the order of 80%, I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, on some of those things. And so it breaks my heart when in this place we are supposed to be representing our constituents and being democratic representatives. I hear people say one thing when they go back home and campaign in their ridings during election campaigns. In my last election campaign, Mr. Speaker, we had a scenario where every single one of the other parties in that race talked about how they wanted to get tough on crime, how they wanted to make changes to the criminal code. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we have a scenario whereby in this place and through the committees, and even worse, Mr. Speaker, in the Senate, we have people trying to block all of these good things that we're trying to do to toughen up criminal justice in this country. And I think it saddens all of us to see that type of thing. Speaking from the heart on this, Mr. Speaker, in my riding, I know that, I've had constituents of mine who've come in who've had the ugly hand of crime touch their lives. And they desperately, Mr. Speaker, would like to see many of these changes. I know many police officers who've given me their support and told me about the frustrations they have with the criminal justice system. These people are on the front line for us against criminal elements, whether they be foreign or domestic in nature. And they're very frustrated by politicians who will tell them during election campaigns that they support changes to the criminal code, but then when push comes to shove and it's in this place, they do something other than that. And we have a situation in this place daily during question period, Mr. Speaker. We'll have a situation where my opponents across the way will ask questions about judicial appointments, and they'll be very upset with the idea that my government wants to see police officers who are intrinsically involved in the enforcement of our laws against criminal elements. They're upset with the idea that police officers should play an important role in the selection of judges. These are the people, in a sense, who charge the criminals, and then, of course, it's the courts that follow up with the execution of the sentence. And we have people across the way in opposition who don't like the idea that police officers should somehow be involved with the judicial selection process. And I think that's a slight to police officers, and I think actually goes against the will of the majority of Canadians on these types of things. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I recognize there are many good and noble lawyers out there who do capable work on behalf of Canadians and defending interests and protecting people from maybe sometimes the ultra-virus aspects of various laws we pass around this place. But the idea that only lawyers somehow can be served by this system, the idea that victims or the police officers who try to serve the public in all these various functions can't be allowed to be a part of the judicial process or the decision of who can be a capable judge, Mr. Speaker, I think is beyond the pale. I don't think we're in this place, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I don't think we're in this place just to serve as lawyers. I think that the Justice of Canada incorporates looking into the rights of the victims, those people who have not yet suffered a crime but want to feel safe walking down the street, people like my grandmother, for example, Mr. Speaker. People who enforce the laws in this country, our police officers, our peace officers, our police in various functions, whether they be courts or otherwise, etc., Mr. Speaker. I think there's more that needs to be done. I think we've got about a half dozen bills, Mr. Speaker, affecting the criminal code. This is but one other aspect of that. One more thing we're trying to address with regard to the criminal code. And it's very frustrating when, during the last election campaign, we were seeking a mandate from the people. We had almost every party in this place talk about how they were supportive of many of the criminal code changes that we wanted to bring forward. They were willing to say that during election campaigns. I doubted it. Maybe I'm becoming a cynical participant in the political process in the sense that I expected that when we got back to this place, they wouldn't be as wholeheartedly in favor of various criminal code reforms as they said they were during the election campaign. But maybe that's the reason I am a cynic on those issues, Mr. Speaker, is because I was proven right. We see them frustrating those things with their angle in their debate here in the House of Commons. We see them frustrating those things in the committees where those bills are sent for amendment and for editing and for proofreading and overlooking. And more egregious than anything, Mr. Speaker, and I realize my time is coming to a wrap, we see frustration for a lot of what we want to do in our mandate that we sought democratically from the people in the unelected body of the Senate, where the Liberals, of course, still have a majority control there. Anyhow, Mr. Speaker, my time is up, and thank you very much for allowing me to address Bill C-211, or S-211, excuse me, Mr. Speaker.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing this House that the Senate has passed the following public bill to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Projet de loi S3.
Bill S3, an act amending the National Defence Act, the Criminal Code, the Sexual Delinquency Act, and the Criminal Records Act.
L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard, Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It gives me great pleasure today to take the floor to talk about Bill S-211, introduced by the Honourable Senator Jean Lapointe. I would like to take a few seconds to salute him for all his accomplishments and for his dedication to making this bill a reality. The bill that we're debating this afternoon is of crucial importance for the well-being of Canadians. The purpose of Senator Lapointe's bill is to permit access to video lottery terminals at racecourses, betting theatres, and casinos. The main reason for this bill is to ensure that our young people and the elderly, namely the two groups who are most vulnerable to this scourge, do not have easy access to these terminals, thus making gambling less accessible and preventing these people from falling into the VLT trap. Mr. Speaker, we have to adopt this bill as quickly as possible to put an end to distress and to give hope to those afflicted by the illness of compulsive gambling. Mr. Speaker, already I hear the voices raised against this bill saying that, once again, the federal government is interfering in an area of provincial jurisdiction. And it is true, Mr. Speaker, this area has, in a sense, been unleased to the provinces since the agreement of 1985. Under the provisions of that agreement, the provinces take the federal government's place in the area of gambling, but they must return approximately $50 million to the government for the use of this legislative space. This is not the first bill to attempt to amend the criminal code regarding video lottery terminals. In 2004, a bill called S6, also introduced by the Honourable Senator Jean Lapointe, was debated. It looked in particular at the federal government's limits in this area. It was realized that the provisions in Section 2007 express the current federal government policy. Provincial and territorial governments are free to make local decisions regarding the kind of lottery or gaming schemes that they may conduct or license within the limits set by the criminal code.
Moreover, as Senator Joyal mentioned in committee when they were studying the bill, quote, if the federal government wanted to ban all kinds of gambling, it could do so through the criminal code. And if the federal parliament decided to limit some kinds of gambling to some kinds of circumstances and some kinds of locations, it could do so too. Thus, the federal government has the power to legislate in the criminal code to permit the use of these video lottery terminals only in the places mentioned. It's much more a question of public interest than a constitutional issue. We're talking about the health of our fellow citizens. There's a certain urban myth about the revenues that video lottery terminals bring in for provincial governments. Each year, the provinces rake in record false profits with their video lottery terminals. In fact, numerous studies by university researchers across Canada, provincial governments, private institutions, and social workers show that the social costs associated with video lottery terminals are 3 to 5 times greater than the revenues they produce for the provincial governments. In the current situation, the federal government, as mentioned earlier, derives almost no benefit from gambling. It is thus in a better position than the provincial governments to defend the interests and well-being of Canadians grappling with gambling problems. All we want to do here is provide a healthier environment for Canadians by removing the terminals from bars and restaurants and concentrating them in betting theaters, racecourses, and casinos. According to some of the evidence given to the Senate committee, VLTs are often installed in bars in poorer neighborhoods. Their presence thus leads people who might never have been exposed to gambling to play them because of their easy access. According to a study published in Canadian Journal of Psychiatry, most compulsive gamblers are dependent on video lotteries, which they play daily or several times a week. Thus, they remain close to home and use the terminals available in local bars. These video lottery terminals have many more negative aspects than is commonly thought. It's clear that if we look at the revenues that the federal government receives from the money the provinces give back, we're talking about some $50 million here, that is markedly less than the social costs of gambling. The reason's simple. People play more because the product is available. Thus, the studies tend to demonstrate that people with a gambling problem prefer electronic forms of gambling to other types of games of chance. In its 1999-2000 annual report, the Telephone Information Service Jeux et de référence du jeu pathologique du Québec reported that amongst the most frequently mentioned types of gambling, video lottery terminals were mentioned by 83% of callers in distress. It's important here to note that pathological gambling is compulsive. So there are serious social and financial repercussions for individuals, families, and society in general. Thus, pathological gambling can lead to indebtedness, divorce, bankruptcy, crime, and unfortunately, even to suicide. In all these situations, it's the family that suffers. It should also be noted that pathological gambling has the highest suicide rate among all dependencies. Since the coroner of Quebec began compiling statistics, 109 suicides have been directly related to gambling, including at least 49 in the past 3 years. One of the groups that Bill S-211 seeks to protect is young people. That's because researchers say they're more concerned about what will happen to adolescents than to adults. That's easy to understand. Today's children represent the first generation to grow up in a world where gambling is not perceived as a danger, and where, in fact, churches, service industries, and governments approve of gambling as a way to raise funds. Games of chance are legal, and they're accepted, and today's children have never experienced a time when games of chance were not part of society. Moreover, they're considered the Nintendo generation, so for them, electronic games are part of their surroundings and lifestyle. Games of chance, which according to certain studies are becoming a serious problem for 4 to 18% of adolescents, are creating more and more victims. In support of these arguments, some surveys show that there's a general public support. In Quebec, 68% are in favor of such a bill, with only 10% opposing it. Nationally, 71% favor regulations that would relocate VLTs to casinos and racecourses alone. Eliminating video lotteries outside of casinos, racecourses, and betting theaters across the country would improve the quality of life of our fellow Canadians, and particularly of our young people and our elderly. The government has the duty to act to protect our fellow citizens against any threat. Now is the time to take concrete action and to show the Canadian public that these video lottery terminals are harmful and dangerous to their health. That is why we must legislate in this matter as quickly as possible, and why you, honourable members, must support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Selkirk, Interlake.
Actually, no.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? Monsieur Coder.
Mr. Coder, seconded by Mr. Szabo, moves that Bill S-211, an act to amend the Criminal Code, lottery schemes, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights.
House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Que tous ceux qui s'y opposent.
All those opposed, please say nay.
In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, February 21, 2007, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. Pursuant to Standing Order 26.1, we will now proceed to orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons. Resuming debate on the previous question to third reading on Bill C-31, an act to amend the Canada Elections Act and the Public Service Employment Act.
When we last considered this bill, the honourable member for Ottawa Centre was waiting with bated breath for a reply from the honourable member from Lennox, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington, who has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gladstone used to say that if he was asked to give a speech on a week's notice, he could do a 10-minute speech. If he was given a day's notice, it would take him an hour. I've had lots of time to prepare my answer to this question, so I can be brief. The member asked me specifically about problems relating to homeless people and their ability to vote under the new law, and I think he's very right to have concerns about it. That is why, at committee, I proposed an amendment to the bill, which was accepted by the committee and is now in the context of the law, which will ensure a greater access to voting and to being on the list for people who are potentially unable themselves to put themselves on the voters' list. And this is, of course, of great importance not only to homeless people, but also to people who may be off at work when the enumerators come by to record who's living at a new address in, say, in a new subdivision where nobody lived there the year before. What we've done is made an amendment to Section 101, subsection 1 of the Act, and that section deals with who can be placed on the Acts by revising agents coming to the door. So 101.1, as amended, will read as follows. The returning officer or assistant returning officer may add the name of any elector to the preliminary list of electors if, and this is the part we've added, the elector or another elector who lives at the same residence as the elector at their residence and in the presence of the revising agents completes the prescribed registration form and takes the prescribed oath. That means you can get onto the list without having to have ID yourself or even being present, as long as another person residing at the same residence is there at the residence when the officers come by, when the revising agents come by. And I should just mention, Mr. Speaker, in this context, that this was something the Chief Electoral Officer had actually asked for, in order to ensure that we had that cast it as widely as possible. I think it was a very positive change, and I'm sure now that we've refreshed his memory, the honourable member will recall that important change, which will enfranchise so many Canadians in a way that doesn't exist at present. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his attempt to try and answer the question, but I guess I'll have to restate it for him because my question wasn't about that particular amendment, which does nothing, zero, zilch, rien, nada, for people who are homeless. I was referring to the fact that homeless people presently have the option, and there are people who have been filling the void because it's been a huge hole for people who are homeless, to help register voters and to use statutory declaration and other methods. And he knows, because he was at committee, that that when it was presented to the people who are advocating on behalf of the homeless, what we have in front and what is in the bill, it wasn't about having enumerators go to a place and be able to get them on the list. It was about what happens when they present themselves and there isn't someone there who is from the riding or from the poll on the voters list to vouch for them. And they said this would be a barrier. And again, I go back to my question then is, if in fact that was the response from the witnesses at committee, we're basically, I guess, ignoring that and saying that we know better, and Big Brother is the one who's in charge here, and don't listen to the people who are actually citizens and people who are advocates. And I'm just curious as to my colleague's take on this, because at committee we heard very clearly that the barrier, notwithstanding the amendment he says he put forward, we all put forward that amendment in the spirit of cooperation. It wasn't something that was challenged. I had put forward the idea as well. So, I mean, we'll give up that piece and go to the question. The question is, does he not agree that the barrier is still there for people who are in transit in their lives, who are homeless, who are Aboriginal people, because now we're requiring that the person vouching for them can only be one person vouching for one person, and that person has to be on the voters list, and often the people who are advocating for those people aren't in that riding. So that, in fact, we've set up barriers. And that's certainly what we've heard from people who advocate. And this is going to land up in court. We're going to spend millions of dollars. And in essence, what we're doing is saying Big Brother knows best. And we'll end up in the courts, and the thing will be thrown out anyhow. I'm just curious as to why he thinks this bill with these barriers, is going to help people exercise their franchise. Thank you, Speaker.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess we could dispute the provenance of this particular amendment. It came out of questions I asked to the Chief Electoral Officer. I actually asked him specifically to point these things out. But we all agreed on it. That's the thing. With regard to homeless people, I'll deal with that in a second. But I just want to say I did deal with the Aboriginal question. He raises Aboriginal people and their ability to vote. In response to an earlier question, I pointed out that, in fact, I proposed actually, I'm sorry, I correct myself. The Liberal members proposed, and we all accepted, an amendment which ensures that a wider variety of identification can be used for Aboriginal people in order to ensure that they're able to identify themselves while still ensuring that proper security is in place and that people know that their franchise is secure. I think that the question he's dealing with the people presenting themselves on Election Day is one that is best dealt with by non-legislative means, by means of ensuring that the Chief Electoral Officer puts extra effort into making sure that greater enumeration is done in these areas, that there are more resources devoted to the areas that have high turnover of population. And that would be true both during the period of enumeration, during the election, and I would think on Election Day itself. I think that would have a profound impact. That is an administrative measure, but it's something that was raised in committee. We asked, a number of members asked the Chief Electoral Officer, and he indicated his goodwill. I think we'll have the opportunity next week, when the new candidate for Chief Electoral Officer is before the committee, to ask him further about what he will do to ensure that maximum coverage takes place and that as many Canadians as possible are fully enfranchised on the list and the voting process is made as smooth as possible in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to enter into the debate at this stage in Bill C-31. I would like to bring the perspective of the good people of Winnipeg Centre into this debate, and I will try to accurately portray the views that I'm getting from the area that I represent. Let me say at the outset, Mr. Speaker, we believe this new election law will be bad for voters, and bad for the voters in the riding that I represent in a disproportionate way, perhaps, because I represent, I say this with no sense of pride, the poorest riding in Canada. And low-income people will be disproportionately disadvantaged by the provisions of this law. Mark my words, Mr. Speaker, and I will make this point today, but I think we will be hearing a lot more about it in subsequent charter challenges. I say that without any hesitation and without any fear of contradiction. This will be challenged as a Charter of Rights and Freedoms issue. Let me remind members of Parliament here today, Mr. Speaker, of Section 3 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms says that every citizen of Canada has the right to vote in an election of members of the House of Commons or legislative assemblies and to be qualified for membership, etc., etc. This is a fundamental, basic right and freedom that we established in this country. There's persons wiser than I have said that the highest duty bestowed on anyone is that of a citizen in a democracy. And key and integral to that is the right and the duty to participate fully in that democracy. That means exercising your franchise to vote. My colleague from Ottawa Centre, in his remarks in this House of Commons dealing with Bill C-31, quoted Alfred E. Smith, a former governor of New York, famous populist and champion of child labor issues, etc. His famous quote was, "All the ills of democracy can be cured with more democracy." There is no such thing as too much democracy. Some of us are concerned that perhaps democracy was just a moment in history and in time. Those of us who believe democracy is the highest achievement, perhaps, of civilization, but it's constantly under risk. It's constantly at risk and under threat. And if we're not vigilant, if we're not absolutely determined that we will embrace, enhance, protect, develop, promote, strengthen democracy with everything we do, then it starts to slide. It cannot remain static. It's either improving or it's deteriorating. And I argue, Mr. Speaker, without exaggeration, that I believe the moves taken within this Bill C-31 are detrimental and deleterious to the state of democracy in this country. Mr. Speaker, speakers before I have made the point that requiring voter ID, the stringent new rules contemplated by C-31, will have the predictable consequence, will have the effect of less people voting. I would argue if there's any one single problem with our election system today, it's a poor voter turnout is the biggest problem that we have. It's the failure to participate. I mean, roughly 60% of registered voters voted in the last federal election. That's bad enough. But of all eligible voters, it was only about 50% of all eligible voters cast a ballot in the last federal election. If we do treasure democracy, if we value democracy above all else, we should find those figures very, very troubling. And the new changes contemplated by C-31 will result in fewer people voting and, ironically, perhaps not ironically, cruelly, the very people that need representation the most will be the most affected by these new rules, and they will be disenfranchised and they will not be exercising their vote. I heard my colleague from Vancouver East make some very passionate remarks in this House, and I think I can argue safely no one that I know in the House of Commons or anywhere else in this country makes a greater effort to get low-income people exercising their right to vote than my colleague from Vancouver East. They set up registration tables in the Vancouver Lower East Side, some of the most devastated neighborhoods in our postal codes in the country. They do make an outreach effort to encourage people who are otherwise marginalized to participate and to vote. She sounds the alarm that this bill will have a disastrous effect on the work that she does and will result in less people voting. That's only one part of the bill that we're critical of today, Mr. Speaker, the idea of the much more stringent rules about voter ID. Well, that in itself would be enough to say that the NDP would not support this bill. There's a second element to it as well, Mr. Speaker, that I find equally troubling, in that I am our party's critic for ethics, privacy, and access to information. and serve as the vice chair of the committee of the same name. From a privacy point of view, in this era of identity theft and increased heightened concerns about the protection of your personal privacy or the privacy of your personal information, how can the government even consider putting the date of birth on the permanent voters list? It boggles the mind. I mean, it runs so contrary to everything we're doing and hearing and studying at the Privacy Committee. It's almost as if the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing in this government, because they're sounding the alarm at this committee that Canadians have never been so vulnerable to having their personal identity and privacy compromised and used in ways that the information was never intended. And the date of birth is probably like your individual PIN number. That is the identifier. I mean, some of colleagues here will probably know that when you phone someplace to get information about your account or something, the person on the other end will check by saying, sir, what is your date of birth so I can confirm that you are who you say you are? That's the identifier we use. Well, it's the identifier crooks use too. Because if you have your name, your address, your phone number, and your date of birth, that's a recipe for identity theft. You got yourself a credit card under that person's name probably without much difficulty. Now, you cannot keep that information secure if it goes on the permanent voters list. I think I had 350 volunteers in my election campaign. You can't control everybody who comes into an election campaign to do some volunteer phoning or some door knocking. And it's not unusual to tear off a sheet of the voters list and say, here, go contact these 50 people and ask them to vote for us. This stuff will be circulated widely. It will not be controlled. I mean, our PIPEDA legislation mandates that anybody holding personal information must go through stringent measures of security and privacy. And then on the other hand, again, it's the left hand not knowing what the right hand is doing, but the government will, in a cavalier way, spread around all over the countryside your name, address, phone number, and date of birth on one convenient database. It's a recipe for disaster in terms of breaching one's privacy and identity theft. I think it's appalling. Every witness that comes before our Privacy Committee while we're currently studying PIPEDA, ironically, I mean, again, in this chamber, the government is giving away the personal privacy protection of ordinary Canadians. In another room in the same building, the Privacy Committee is seized of the issue of PIPEDA trying to enforce ever more stringent rules on the private sector so that they will not divulge that information to anyone for our protection. I mean, within the same building, under the same roof, we've got these two competing dynamics going on, one striving to protect Canadians' privacy, the other cavalierly tossing it around the country. This ain't no beach party. This isn't funny. It's not a joke. So I can't believe we're even having this debate. And I can't believe the Liberals and the Bloc are in favor of this. Now, we know where the idea came from, this date of birth business. Bloc members and PQ members in Quebec like to send birthday cards to voters. Now, that's just crazy. Now, if we're going to compromise the privacy and the personal information of every Canadian just so an MP can send a birthday card to try and, endear themselves to their voters, we're really being flippant here with the interests of Canadians. We're not putting the best interests of Canadians first and foremost. If that's the rationale, I don't know how they got away with it. I don't know what the vote was like at the committee, but I assume only one party voted against this idea at the committee, and I think it was the NDP. I could be corrected. Perhaps in the questions and comments period somebody might want to correct me. But then we heard the Liberal Party, we heard a university professor who teaches constitutional law, this member of Parliament for Vancouver Quadro, made a very good speech, a speech full of good facts and figures of all the things to be careful about. And he raised the caution of the voter ID situation. He raised the caution about the date of birth. And then their party's going to vote in favor of it. I don't understand this, Mr. Speaker, and I do not accept that more thorough and comprehensive enumeration will protect the interests of either one of those issues. I will say there's important work that needs to be done in the Elections Act. I wish we were having a serious debate about cleaning up some of the atrocities that I've witnessed in election campaigns. One of the favorite tricks of the Liberal Party of Canada is they clear out senior citizens' homes, especially in Chinatown, in the area that I represent, and then at the polling station, they hand each individual senior, as they come off the bus, a piece of paper with the name of the Liberal candidate and a big X beside it, as they get off the bus at the polling station. That's illegal. I think the Liberals just think that illegal is a sick bird. They don't really have any concept of right and wrong. I've maintained this before. But if there was investigations to take place about the Elections Act, I would love to see that addressed, because where I come from, it's illegal. But as far as actual voter fraud goes, we were kind of led to believe that this act is necessary because of the preponderance of voter fraud. In actual fact, all we can go by is the actual experience. In the 2006 election campaign, one person was charged and convicted of voter fraud. And it was a person who voted, even though they weren't a Canadian citizen yet. They voted for all three parties or something. He got 30 days community service. In the previous election, in 2004, there were no cases. Not a single person was charged or convicted of voter fraud. In the 2000 election campaign, there were three individuals convicted of voter fraud. So where is the experience, where is the empirical evidence that voter fraud is so rampant that we have to take these heavy-handed measures and risk disenfranchising many, I won't say thousands, I won't even say millions, possibly disenfranchising a lot of low-income people who don't have the economic stability to provide the right kind of ID? And where do we get off jeopardizing the personal privacy rights of every voter in the country by putting their DOB on the voters list based on that kind of flimsy evidence? If you could have pointed to 1,000 cases, I still would have argued that that wouldn't warrant the heavy-handed measures of C-31. But you can only point to, Mr. Speaker, they can only point to 4 cases in the last 3 federal elections. Now, we know there's funny business going on, but it's not voter fraud. It's not the permanent voters list. It's not people misrepresenting themselves. Now, the Conservative members have said, well, it's going on like crazy. It's going on all over the place. We just never catch them. That's not good enough. That kind of reasoning isn't justification for changing legislation. We need hard facts. And the hard facts are 4 people in the last 3 elections out of how many votes cast?
24 million.
24 million votes cast. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mercy. So I don't even, that's statistically insignificant would be the way that scientists would phrase that percentage. I can't even figure out how many decimal points of 1% that would be. So I don't agree with Bill C-31. I fundamentally disagree with it. The one thing that I wanted this government to do was clean up the loans issue. If we are going to deal with elections at all, somehow they left a loophole that you could drive a Brinks truck through in terms of, or a Mazda through.
That's true.
A Mazda through in terms of loans as opposed to donations. We in the Federal Accountability Act, Bill C-2, severely limited the amount of money that individuals can donate to an election campaign, and we completely banned any union and corporate donations, which was the right thing to do. Get big money out of politics. Nobody should be able to buy an election in this country. But we left this big loophole there where you can loan a candidate any amount of money, or you can loan yourself any amount of money and never pay it back. Well, how is that different from big money buying influence in Canadian politics? Frankly, it's a bit of a no-brainer. I mean, because if you don't pay the loan back, Elections Canada deems it to be a donation in 18 months. Now, what they did in one famous case on the other side, on the Liberal side, is 24 hours before that 18 months was up, they borrowed another loan and paid off the first loan with a second loan. So now another 18 months will go by. Who's ever going to police whether these guys ever pay off their leadership loans in conjunction with the rules? I believe it'll be lost in the sands of time, and we will have been made fools of. Because we will have knowingly and willingly watched these people violate the spirit and the letter of the election financing laws. So if we were going to address any shortcoming or inconsistency of our election act, the election financing should have been addressed, especially if we're going into a federal election. Because every well-off MP or any MP that has a big financial backer, a corporate sponsor, now knows that Elections Canada is completely feckless, completely unable to stop or to police or to do anything about these massive loans. When is a loan not a loan, Mr. Speaker? If you never pay it back, it's a donation, right? I mean, that's the only conclusion I can come to. We've got guys loaning themselves $250,000. No one person's allowed to donate $250,000 to any election campaign, even their own. But they're allowed to lend it to themselves. I can't do that. Ordinary Canadians can't do that. The whole idea was to level the playing field so that nobody had a disproportionate competitive advantage because of who they knew or what corporate backer they had or if their daddy was rich. That was the whole idea. Well, that's out the window now. It's making a mockery of the election financing laws. And our time would have been better spent in the House of Commons trying to get that fixed before the next federal election campaign, because I think it's going to snowball now. I think there's going to be every Tom, Dick, and Harry who has no conscience is going to take advantage of that loophole. Some of us, our morals and ethics, I would hope, might have a contributing factor and stop people from doing that. But others who have a paucity of ethics and morality will take advantage of that loophole. And it's perfectly legal. Apparently, Elections Canada can't do anything about it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think the new requirements for voter ID will add further barriers to voting for marginalized, for low-income people, and seriously undermines the right to vote. I think you're going to see a charter challenge. I see I'm down to 2 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me then summarize by saying that I want to acknowledge and recognize the work of my colleague from Ottawa Centre that he's done on both of these issues, the voter ID issue and the amendments that he sought to put in place on Bill C-31, which we debated last week. They did make it, the amendments made it to the floor of the House of Commons, and then they were summarily dispatched to the trash heap of history. But it was a noble effort, and I think he tried his best, given the limited cards he was dealt, to do the honourable thing and do the right thing with this. I want to acknowledge and recognize my colleague from Western Arctic, too, who has been a champion on this issue, because in the northern regions and in First Nations communities, this idea of addresses and photo ID is a big problem. You don't have a street address on your a lot of First Nations reserves, and you don't have the photo ID. I see I'm down to 1 minute, Mr. Speaker. Let me simply say that I know that this is a matter that my colleague from Ottawa Centre has brought to the Privacy Commissioner, and I hope the Privacy Commissioner sees things the way we do it. I hope that we can look forward to a favourable ruling from the Privacy Commissioner that will say that this government is wrong, that they are putting the right to privacy and the personal information of Canadians at risk when they put a permanent voters list with name, address, date of birth, and phone number on it. It's just folly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires for British Columbia, Southern Ontario.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But instead of speaking for that member, I'd like to speak for myself as a member for Western Arctic. And I'll to my colleague by saying that, yes, in the Western Arctic, this issue has been debated in the newspapers. It's been in our legislative assembly. People know that this is an issue that drives to the heart of the sense that Canadians have of their own place in their country and their own identity. And this idea that now we're going to drag out a photo ID that's licensed by the government in order for us to vote in a small community where everybody in the community knows who you are, where you have to make sure on many occasions people don't carry identification with them. Myself, in my own home community, I don't carry identification around with me. I don't find it necessary, and I don't find it useful. I leave it at home where it's safe when I do need it, that I can get it. But there'll be a lot of people right across this country in large cities, in small places, that won't have their ID on when they go in to vote at the voters' booth. And you'll be disenfranchising them, and they'll be turned off of voting. And we're going to create more of the problem, the real problem we have with voting in this country, which is that we don't get everybody out to vote, in which 40% of the voters don't show up to vote. That's a much greater and more serious problem than the 4 people that were charged with fraud in 3 elections. That is a problem, a staggering problem we have of 40% of our electorate that don't go out to vote. And, Mr. Speaker, in my writing, it's probably closer to 50%. And I don't want them to put impediments in the way of them voting. I want them to go to vote, because by voting, they join the democratic process and they validate what we are doing in this House of Commons. And to my honourable colleague, I'd like to ask him the question. In your riding, does everyone have voter ID, and does everyone carry voter ID on Election Day? And when they finish their work and head to the voters' booth and they find that they don't have ID, are they going to be satisfied with going home across the city, coming back and voting?
You're up. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague from Western Arctic for his passionate commitment to this issue, and for his very relevant comments on how this affects the people in his riding of Western Arctic. His question specifically to me was, what's the effect in a riding, an inner-city riding like Winnipeg Centre? I know that the voter ID issue is a huge problem, because I've seen the lineups, even under the current rules, people coming to the voting station and having to stand in the separate line for an hour and a half sometimes to get registered. Now the test will be even higher, because it used to be you could bring an envelope, maybe a hydro bill, something printed material with your ID on it, as well as, for instance, a driver's license. And once a person has made the commitment to come and vote and stand in line for that long, if they got turned away and were told to go home and get something else or get something they didn't have at all, that's it. They never come back. It's tough enough to get low-income people convinced that it's relevant to vote. Mr. Speaker, am I out of time? No, I'm not. If I could suggest, Mr. Speaker, some of the things that we could do that would have been relevant, I think, if we made sure that the voters' cards were sent in envelopes instead of just a card in the mail. I think that would add an element of security. And this is one of the things my colleague from Ottawa Centre proposed. Now, just putting it in an envelope would have the effect that you would not have people. I've been in apartment buildings where I've seen them loose, laying around where the mailboxes are, in a bank of mailboxes in an apartment building. Universal enumeration. There is no substitute for door-to-door enumeration. The permanent voters list is a flawed document, and they used to dispatch an army of sometimes retired people, sometimes people from the local Legion, to knock on every door and clean up that voters list before an election. That practice should never have been stopped, in my view, especially in transient areas with high turnover, such as the inner cities that we represent. And also, my colleague from Ottawa Centre made the point that allow people who are not on the voters list to the ability to swear in with a statutory declaration, with a voter having to swear in at the polling station verifying who they are. This is reasonable. This has been used in the past. We don't believe it was subject to random or to wanton abuse, as implied by the Conservative members that I've heard speaking. We think this is a reasonable consideration. If the goal is to have more people voting, we should be putting in place measures that will facilitate that. If you're satisfied with the status quo, or even can live with less people voting, then Bill C-31 is your answer. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, it seems to me that we're coming at this the wrong way. The biggest problem we have, like my colleague from Western Arctic says, is the poor voter turnout, not this notion that there's widespread electoral fraud, because they don't have the evidence to back that up.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for his precise and poignant response to this bill and the problems therein. Just to be clear, he had made mention of what happened in committee about the birth date information. It was interesting because the amendment about birth date information, to be clear, in the bill originally it was put in to be used for voter verification, notwithstanding we'd also have a number assigned to every voter, that you would have birth date information included for purposes of verification for Elections Canada. And it was the Bloc who moved an amendment to have that information shared with political parties, and that was supported by the Liberals. And at the time, the Conservatives actually, to be clear, the Conservatives in committee voted against that amendment. And they voted against the amendment. And then what happened is that when I brought it forward at report stage to have that amendment taken out, they fell silent. And so the so-called champions of privacy and libertarian ideals has gone from the Conservative Party, and it's been replaced with Big Brother. So just wanted to be clear that the Conservatives didn't support the Bloc amendment, the Big Brother amendment of the Bloc. That was supported by our friends of the Liberal Party, because I guess they can raise money now because they've been cut off from their corporate welfare. So they have to figure out how to actually widen their donor base. So now they'll do what they've always done and rely upon something else instead of going out and rolling up their sleeves and getting to work. They'll rely on the database provided by the Bloc. But now the Conservatives are supporting that. So we have government-sanctioned identity theft kit out there. And it's for what? It's for the political parties. You know, every time I ask the question, it's a matter of, why do the political parties need this? And they never answered the question. Not the Conservatives, not the Liberals, and definitely not the Bloc, but they do mention that they'd like to get the birthday cards out soon, I'm understanding. So that's to set the record straight. The Conservatives were in committee against sharing birth date information, and now they're in favour of it. And I think that's important to note, Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague from Ottawa Centre raises another very valuable point. And again, I thank him for the dedication he showed in trying to bring an element of reason to this debate. The one other thing that we should be addressing today in terms of election law is the rules that allow you to launder money through your children's bank accounts in order to circumvent the donation limits of the Elections Act. Now, that would be time well spent if we could have some of that cleaned up before we go into the next election campaign, because, Mr. Speaker, it made most Canadians feel a little bit ill when they saw 11-year-olds donating $5,400 each to a leadership race in the last Liberal leadership campaign. But when we tried to change the laws in Bill C-2, both the Conservatives, the Liberals, and the Bloc voted against the NDP's efforts to try and make it illegal to shake down kids for their lunch money to run an election campaign. Now, I thought that was appalling, and I thought this would have been an opportunity. Once you open the Elections Act, every clause can be reviewed, but we've seen fit to allow another election to go by where you can actually circumvent the donation limits by having by laundering money through your children, your grandmother, your neighbor, God knows what. So these loans, I think, are criminal but legal, which is maybe a contradiction. They're certainly criminal to anybody with the sensibilities of most Canadians, and this idea that you can launder money by funneling it through your children's bank account to circumvent the rules should be illegal. Thank you.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and it's been interesting to listen to the debate on C-31 today. We have a bill that we have described as insufficient. It hasn't dealt with the real issue of what is failing our electoral system, that is electoral reform. We'll be bringing that forward to the House soon. one of my colleagues has a motion we'll be voting on, which will get at the heart of what really is problematic in our system, and that is the fact that we don't have a fair voting system. But alas, we have Bill C-31 in front of us, and I think it's important to go back to how this bill, the origins of this bill. And what happened was this was a committee report that was cherry-picked, and the government decided that they would use the opportunity of responding to a committee report to put forward an agenda that they thought would, I guess, make them look good in the public, because we've seen this piecemeal approach in democratic reform with the government. They take a morsel here, a morsel there, and they trying to make it sound like it's dinner, and it's not. It's just crumbs. And so they've done this before, Speaker. You know, recently we heard that they were going to deal with Senate reform by way of having elections in provinces, and then the Prime Minister would bless it, and it would somehow be real reform. Well, that's piecemeal, and it's pretending that you're doing something. We saw them taking Mr. Broadbent, my predecessor's idea of the fixed election dates, which he put in his ethics package, and put that forward. No arguments there. But it's not dealing with the other piece of Mr. Broadbent's fundamental changes that he proposed to our democratic system, and that is making the system more fair, so that when you have a vote, it matters and it means something as a citizen. But here we have Bill C-31, and I guess what they thought with this bill is that they would look credible because they were going to solve the problem of the opportunity for voter fraud, and it's very important. It's always stated the opportunity, because as my colleague from Winnipeg Centre quite rightly pointed out, there's no there, as the quote goes, when you talk about voter fraud. It's the opportunity. Well, if we dealt with that, I guess we'd be dealing with many other issues. You know, climate change is not the opportunity, it's what's in front of us. And it's something that they finally come on board to recognize. A little late, perhaps, but there it is. So this idea that we're dealing with the opportunity for voter fraud is what they came forward to respond to. And what they did is they quickly put a bill together, made it look as if they were going to solve the problem that was so ubiquitous, and that is voter fraud, and they would be seen as credible and cleaning up the system. Well, I dare say they didn't do their homework, because when the commissioner, when the chief electoral officer came forward and responded to the whole idea of voter fraud, it was very clear. They said there is rampant integrity in the system and citizens. They said that there wasn't a problem. We heard evidence that we've had 4 cases over 3 years. So what in fact the government has done is it's decided it knows best. And I call this bill the Big Brother bill. The Big Brother bill, why, Speaker? Well, because what it does is it says that the government will tell citizens what's best for them. They know better than citizens do. They know better than the witnesses that came forward. Witnesses came forward and said this is not good for citizens. But that's okay, because the government knows better, Speaker. In fact, what we heard from witnesses is that what this will do is not increase voter participation. This will put barriers in front of people. And as has been mentioned by my colleagues, that's probably a recipe for further disenchantment with the voter system. And what it will mean is that fewer people will actually participate in voting. And if that's the intent of the bill and the government, well, they succeeded, because that's, in fact, what will happen. So what we have is a bill that, clauses 18 and 21 that identified as major concerns, put amendments forward, are aspects of the bill that really are going to disenfranchise people and open up the privacy of everyday people, of citizens, to people who would be thefts will be able to exploit. So we look at the bill and we say, okay, so if this is indeed the problem that opportunity for voter fraud that the government's addressing, instead of just opposing the bill. I, in committee, brought forward ideas and amendments. And it was already mentioned, one of the concerns I think we all have witnessed is the voter card itself. Why are these voter cards left in hallways, in apartment buildings, so anyone can pick them up and use them for whatever purpose, including an opportunity for voter fraud? Well, a simple piece of technology called an envelope could be employed. In fact, I brought this idea forward at committee. Other members will know this, and suggested it to the Chief Electoral Officer, and he said, good idea. That's something we're looking at. Yet when we provided it as an amendment for the government, said it was out of scope of the bill, couldn't be put in there. So, a failure to just use a simple solution, a common sense idea of putting the voter cards in envelopes and addressed to the voter. And if the voter is moved, it would be returned to sender. Happens all the time with other pieces of mail. Why not with something as important as a voter card? Hopefully the government will see their way of bringing that idea forward. Enumeration. Everyone in this place knows the problems with the centralized voters list. We know why we went to the centralized voters list. It was to save money. Now, Mr. Speaker, I need not tell you that the most important aspect of our democracy is the right to vote, to participate. And it seems passing strange that we wouldn't, see the wisdom of investing and supporting universal enumeration. That you wouldn't go door to door, as was mentioned by my colleague from Winnipeg Centre. Employ people who are seniors, for instance, people, as he mentioned, at the Legion and others, who have the time and could use some extra income to go door to door. They know their neighborhoods as well. People who are, working for or members of civic associations, community associations, they would be able to help out. And I recall that as a kid, the knock on the door, enumerator coming, saying, confirming who's on the voters list, making sure their name was put down, and in fact having a more accurate list than this centralized voters list that we now have on computer. So that idea was put forward, but alas, we have the government saying, again, they know better, Big Brother, that they won't invest in that we'll do targeted enumeration. Well, the problem with targeted enumeration, Mr. Speaker, is it's hit and miss, and it's more often miss than hit. And what you end up doing is that you have this scattered approach across the country. Voters lists that in some areas are accurate, up to date, because people you're talking about bedroom communities where there isn't a high turnover rate, that you have the voters lists that are accurate and no problem. What happens in these areas where there's high turnover? My riding right here in Ottawa Centre, there's a massive turnover. It's always a problem. And a very simple thing, going door to door would solve that. But, that hasn't been an idea that has been embraced by this government nor in this bill. And when it was proposed as an amendment, it wasn't accepted. And if you ask people in the Tim Hortons and on Main Street and you say to them, what makes sense to you, that we continue with a centralized computerized voters list that doesn't work, or to have door-to-door enumeration that would actually support and clean up the list? To a person, they say, well, it would make sense. Go door to door. Employ some people who need extra income. Have an accurate voters list. It's the most important piece we have in terms of allowing people to vote, that their name is on the voters list. We go through history of this country, and you look at people who would be, shouting from their graves, what are you doing? We fought for the right to vote, and here you are undermining that. So those two ideas, putting the voter's card in an envelope addressed to the voter, and if the person has moved on, return to sender, prompting a cleanup on the list, having door-to-door enumeration makes sense and is a worthy investment. If we look at all the money that is spent in government, and you think of not investing in enumeration, my constituents shake their head and said, what are you doing in that place if you can't even come up with something as fundamental as funding for enumeration? I mean, the voters list, the bedrock, the foundation of our democracy. So, that has been rejected. But, Mr. Speaker, the one that I guess troubles me the most, and I've spoken this place many times about it, is the idea that our privacy and Canadians' privacy is going to be at risk because of this bill. And as I mentioned before, Speaker, in the bill, we have the following. We have a requirement for photo ID to be presented when someone is going to vote. And if they don't have photo ID, that they are to present 2 pieces of ID that have been sanctioned by the government. And if they aren't able to produce that, someone has to vouch for them. And that person vouching for them has to be on the voters list. So that's the sequencing. Each voter now, according to this bill, will be given a number, an identification number, I guess analogous to an ID number like a SIN number. So that's fine. We didn't argue with that. In fact, we didn't argue with having photo ID or the other 2 pieces of ID. We argued about what happens when people don't have that. But the piece that is just puzzles me to this day is the fact that the government saw fit to add birth date information onto the voters list. And I fought that in committee, didn't think it was necessary because we'll have photo ID required, we'll have a voter identifier required, and then because of this terrible problem of opportunity for voter fraud, of which we've already mentioned, there's been 4 cases in 3 elections, that we're going to then have the birth date information of Canadians on the voters list. I mean, this is absurd. Every single political party will have this as well, Mr. Speaker. So not only will Elections Canada have this, every single political party will have this information. Why? Well, as I mentioned, the Bloc Québécois put forward an amendment to make sure that all of the we're hearing variations of who will have this information. I'll get to that in a minute. Maybe there's something we don't know about the government's entrepreneurial ideas here, but we know that the amendment put forward by the Bloc would allow birth date information to be shared with all political parties. The Liberals supported in committee. The Conservatives at the time were, I think, pretty level-headed about it, and they actually voted against the amendment. But the amendment went forward and was brought to the House. The sad thing is, Mr. Speaker, and to this day I can't figure it out, is that the people who you would normally associate with civil liberties and the idea of wanting to make sure that privacy of one's identity would be safe, the Conservative Party, I guess it's a myth, decided they would support the Bloc amendment, and the Liberal supported the amendment as well. And something doesn't pass the smell test. So now we have the Conservative Party supporting the Bloc amendment and the support of the Liberals, of course, to have birth date information given to all political parties. Let's go over some of the political parties that will be shared with. Of course, all parties represented here. The Green Party, of course, we know. The Marijuana Party now will have all the birth date information of all Canadians. Rhinoceros Party, the Communist Party, the Marxist-Leninists, the whole gamut, the Christian Heritage. And I can't fathom why the government, this party, would want all of these people, including the New Democratic Party, to have the birth date information of Canadians. It puzzles me. But, it's kind of like, my friend from Winnipeg Centre has an analogy I think that would be fitting. I'm not sure. But we have government-sanctioned, identity theft kits here. Wait, really? Because what we're saying is, here you go. Yeah, tough on crime, but we're going to hand over the facilities for crime. We're going to say, here's your kit, go and use it. We have just seen some incredible breaches of privacy with credit cards, with bank cards, and we've seen concerns been brought up that, privacy of information is one of the key issues. So as my friend from Winnipeg Centre said, in one committee, they're trying to figure out how to protect citizens' privacy. And then this House presents a bill that will say, you know what? We'll hand over your identity to whomever. Every single political party now will have it. We'll be able to use it for whatever purpose. And I've heard from people on the other side said, oh no, people won't use it for nefarious reasons. Well, how will they know that? As is known amongst all of us.
the use of the electoral lists by political parties, it gets out to many people. You hand over lists to people so they can go canvass. That information is shared with many different groups. And I guess the key thing is, Mr. Speaker, is that what we've said here today is that we support having Canadians' privacy, the privacy of their information of who they are. We've decided that we support not only through amendment, but through the sanction of this bill, the undermining of Canadians' privacy. That's what we've done here. That's what we're doing here. And when I brought forward amendments to take out the block amendment that would give would have the sharing of information of birth dates to all political parties, no one voted with my party, including the Conservatives. They thought it was fine to stay in there. And so let's be clear about what we're doing here then in this bill. We're taking away the opportunity for some people to vote. We're handing over the private information of Canadians to Elections Canada and to political parties. And for what? As was mentioned at the beginning of this debate, this was apparently a problem because of the opportunity for voter fraud. Not evidence-based, saying here's thousands of cases of voter fraud, but the potential that maybe this could be a situation where there could be voter fraud. And I think most Canadians, when they find out that their access to their franchise has been, there's been barriers put in the way, they'll be very, very upset. And they'll say, well, why didn't you stand up and speak to this? And they'll find out that the political parties on, the opposition bloc and the Liberals and the government got together and said this was fine and no problem, and that we're looking out for your better interests. And then they'll be asking, well, why is my birth date information? And this is an issue amongst many seniors I know in my constituency. They do not appreciate having their birth date information being broadcast amongst all of the employees of Elections Canada, let alone all of the political parties. Many people I know who are particularly seniors are people who are very proud of who they are, but also very private about who they are. And they do not appreciate the fact that their birth date information will be known by organizers and backroom people and, being targeted, fundraisers. Can you imagine? This is what the organizations salivate over, is this kind of information. And I know that's probably what happened in the Conservative Party. I mean, originally in committee, they were against this amendment. But I think what happened is that this went to headquarters. Light bulb went off, and they were salivating, the organizers, and the potential for targeting voters, messaging, and then the wider potential for fundraising. And we know with the Liberal Party, they've been cut off from their sugar daddy, and now they don't have the access to funds like they used to. And they're flailing around, so it was a no-brainer for them. They said, oh, we'll support the block amendment because we'll now have an opportunity to fundraise from people and make sure we niche our message so that we can go after people based on their age. And that's what this is really about. This is about political parties deciding that they can use this information for their own purposes. And when I've asked the question to both the Conservatives, to the Liberals, to the Bloc, as to why political parties need birth date information of the electors, they've dodged the question. They haven't answered it. They go back to, well, we need to have verification. Well, we have verification. We have an identity number assigned to each voter. We have the presentation of photo ID. I mean, this is like, the old Soviet Union, where you had to, present your card as you travel around and show me your papers. Yeah, we'll have retina scans, but we shouldn't suggest that because they'll probably adopt it. Is that we need to decide whether or not the privacy of Canadians, the liberties of Canadians are important. And as we have this creeping big brother kind of approach coming into everyday people's lives, we have to say, okay, stop. Let's take a look at why we're doing this, what the purpose is. And I see you're nodding there, Mr. Speaker. So the last comment I'll make is that Canadians...
I'm nodding at the word stop. Order, please. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you again to my colleague from Ottawa Centre for the commitment he's shown in taking this struggle on in the face of formidable adversity and even hostility on that committee. I was surprised the reaction this seems to have stirred in some people, probably because you're implying they're a bunch of fascists. I mean, I noticed from the tone, Mr. Speaker, that he was implying you could almost hear the jackboots slapping together as they approached, because this kind of intrusion of Big Brother into your privacy, really, I thought it was the kind of thing the Conservatives actually bristled about. I thought their reputation was get government out of our lives, less government the better, intrusion to our privacy, I don't want to share my information. That used to be, I thought, one of the earmarks or hallmarks of the Conservative ideology. Now that they have the grasp of power, it seems this is no longer offensive to their sensibilities to be trampling all over individuals' rights to privacy, etc. I want to ask my colleague his views or where he came to the opinion, how he came to the opinion that this will probably result in a charter challenge, Section 3 of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I would like my colleague's views on that. Also, he made reference to, and I'd like him to expand upon, the socio-economic implications and considerations of this, because if he'll agree with me, I'd be interested if he does. It seems the big players in politics today have assessed that the bottom 20% socioeconomic quintile don't vote. So let's not waste any attention on them. The top 20 percentile all vote, but we know how they're going to vote. So everything else seems to be geared towards that middle band, that 60%, which is at play here. That's the prize. So initiatives like this, measures like this, completely disregard the bottom 20 percentile who don't vote anyway, so who needs them? Why waste our energy on them? Have they not abandoned them? When they vote, they probably don't vote Conservative. Do you think there was a selfish consideration that the hell with the bottom 20%? Probably not going to vote anyway, wouldn't vote for us at any rate, so who cares if they're marginalized and disenfranchised one step further?
The honourable member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Winnipeg Centre for his questions, and I think he's on to something here. First, I'll go to the Charter Challenge. This wasn't something we made up and theorized about. This is something that was brought forward while the bill was in committee. People who said this is something, if this is a barrier to people voting, then according to, as my colleague from Winnipeg Centre said, that's something that will be challenged because it's in the Charter, Speaker. This is something that is absolutely fundamental, is the access to the right to vote. And so what people who work on behalf of the rights of those who are disenfranchised, civil libertarians, have said is that this will be something that will have to be challenged, because when you put barriers to exercise franchise, then it's the responsibility of any citizen who can to challenge this, notwithstanding the gutting of the court challenges program. The people will do it anyhow, and it's a real challenge in terms of where this is going, because we'll end up spending millions of dollars in court for something that need not be. As I mentioned, an envelope would have sufficed, as well as universal enumeration. On the socioeconomic question that my colleague from Winnipeg Centre brought up, I just think of Stanley Knowles, who used to represent a riding in Winnipeg, and what he would think of this bill, because Stanley Knowles, Mr. Knowles, was a champion of the disenfranchised, and he prided himself on making sure that those who didn't have a voice were heard. And I think Mr. Knowles would see this bill as an attempt to thwart the voice of the disenfranchised. How can we not see it how can we see it any other way when you're taking away the ability of those who are the most vulnerable the opportunity to vote? And that's very clear in this bill. You're putting up more barriers to people who don't have access to the kind of identification that you or I will have in their wallet, Mr. Speaker, because of the advantage that we have, and that's primarily to do with socioeconomics. So I think that my colleague from Winnipeg Centre is on to something here. You know, why? Is this done with intent? Is this done to take out certain people from the democracy that we all cherish so much? And I would hate to see that happen, and hopefully one day people will see the error of their ways and change them. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster, Coquitlam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, listening to the debate today, I've become even more concerned than I was before about the whole issue of private information being circulated willy-nilly on voters' lists to all kinds of people now across the political spectrum. The opportunity for this information to actually fall into the hands of people who are involved in organized crime strikes me as a very serious concern. We know that identity theft is a growing crime. We know that computer kinds of thefts and stealing out of people's bank accounts and through their debit cards is an increasing concern by police departments across the country. So I want to ask my friend from Ottawa Centre, who's done so much work on this bill, was that issue raised at the committee? Were those concerns raised? And what was the reaction then of the government and the Liberal Party and the Bloc when those issues were raised? Because I think it is a very, very real concern. We have a government in place that says they want to crack down on crime, but it seems to me with this bill, they're actually putting out a new avenue for people who are involved in identity theft to use in order to make profits from identity theft and organized crime.
For Ottawa Centre.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And I just quickly will respond by saying that, I didn't have a chance to quote during my speech by John Perry Barlow, who said, "Relying on the government to protect your privacy is like asking a peeping Tom to install your window blinds." But I didn't have a chance to get that one in, but it's true. You know, relying on the government to protect our privacy is like a peeping Tom installing your window blinds. Wow. That's what we've done. We got government-sanctioned window blinds. I guess the government's our peeping Tom. But I just say to her that it was brought up in committee, deaf ears, and I've actually written to the Privacy Commissioner, and hopefully we'll be hearing from her soon on that very issue. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Western Arctic has a question.
Resume debate.
I haven't called for resuming debate. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the member from Ottawa Centre for his very able intervention here. I know the member is well aware that one of my issues is representation of women in the House. And I would argue that there was a missed opportunity on this particular piece of legislation to deal with the underrepresentation. And I wonder if the member could specifically speak to that.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre has a minute and a half to speak to that.
Thank you, Speaker. Just quickly, what happened here is was mentioned by my colleague from Winnipeg Centre earlier, is we had an opportunity here to deal with real democratic reform, and that was an opportunity missed. I should add that the concerns about women participating, if we look at those who are most vulnerable and falling into poverty, sadly, it's disproportionately represented by women. So what we have here is not only concerns about socioeconomic, you can do a gender analysis here, Mr. Speaker, and you'll see that what we're doing is putting up barriers for women. So you think of all the women who fought for the vote, and imagine what they're thinking. Imagine if those statues could come to life out here in the Hill, and imagine if they could come in here, what they'd have to say about this bill. They would be very angry, and they'd be saying, why are you, shaming? It would be just a matter of saying to us, look what you're doing, look what this bill is about, and they'd say, shame on you, and not in our name. Thank you, Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to be able to speak again on this bill, because truly, along with my caucus, we feel that this bill is bad for Canada. It's bad for the electoral system. It's not what we need right now. And we've heard many arguments about that in that reference this afternoon, and I truly hope that Canadians are listening. You know, before I came into the House, I was meeting with some businessmen from Alberta, and I told them I had to come back into the House and speak on this bill. And they said to me, "Why are you doing that in the House of Commons? Why are you doing that right now? What is the purpose of it?" And I said, truly, I don't have an answer. But as I sit and think about the clauses in the bill, I can find some answers. You know, more and more these parties want to turn politics into a retail business. More and more, you know, that's the direction they take. And by having birth dates, you can do that. You can, using the modern computer systems, you can target voters and give them selected information that will appeal to their age group, to the kinds of people that you fully expect to see in there. So by that token, you can be less than honest with voters about your intentions when you govern by selecting the kinds of policies that you're going to present to them. When there is anonymity in the voting system and among the voters, politicians have to tell them everything. They don't. Whenever you get selective, you know that you're not telling the voters what they should know. And this is a glorious opportunity for political parties to be selective with the voters in the information that they give them. And I think that's not part of the political system that I want to participate in. I want people to have the full information about political parties, not some kind of Sears public relations platform that the parties produce for the different age groups. So I think this is probably where this voter age information is going, and where it will be used by clever minds and all in the political parties that don't have the integrity of the voter and in mind first. You know, Mr. Speaker, we've heard the numbers about voter fraud. 4 cases among 24 million voters. That's the voter fraud. Let's talk about the candidate fraud that we've seen here. How many candidates have misrepresented themselves, said that they're liberals, said that they're conservatives during these 3 elections and changed their mind out of the 308 candidates ridings running? You know, we're talking about a number that's far larger and far larger percentage than the voter fraud that we've got in this country. And Canadians are tired of that. And so what did we do in this House? Did we do something to stop that practice of candidate fraud? No. Those 2 parties over there turned down our motion. They turned down our motion, our bill, to deal with the necessity of candidates saying what they're going to do and sticking to it after they're elected. Candidate fraud, Mr. Speaker, by far the larger number in our electoral process. So what do we have here? We've got a bill that's trying to determine candidates' identities. In many cases, they're going to ask for photo ID. What percentage of Canadians have driver's licenses? Was that evidence presented to us? No, there was no evidence given on the percentage of Canadians that have identification available to them at a moment's notice. That was not presented in this committee. So we don't understand the impact on Canadians of this legislation. We don't understand it, yet we're supporting it. Yet those 3 political parties here are supporting it. That is shoddy work. That is shoddy work in the House of Commons. If you don't understand what is going to happen from the work that you're doing, then you're not doing your work properly. And since that evidence wasn't raised in committee about the availability of identification to Canadians right now, then we haven't done our work. This bill should be sent back and re-examined in the light of that kind of evidence.
Here, here.
So, Mr. Speaker, we've got a flawed bill. We've got a bill that was amended with a clause that even conservatives found unacceptable when they first heard it, because their gut sense was yes, this is wrong, and they changed their mind for purely political reasons. And now we've got a bill in front of us now that the three parties are willing to support. They're not even here to hear the arguments because they don't want to hear the arguments. They're not there. And that's really a shame. That really speaks to the problems we have in our system. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to go long any.
Is being called to order. He knows, he has sufficient experience to know that we do not mention the presence or the absence of other members in the House. And I would expect that other members would pay this member the same courtesy.
I apologize for that, Mr. Speaker. In my enthusiasm, I'm afraid I overstepped my bounds. And I will conclude by saying that I hope that Canadians understand that this debate is important, that this debate sets a tone for how we conduct ourselves in this country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? La question est la suivante.
Question is as follows. Mr. Cardin, seconded by Ms. Picard, moves that this question be now put.
To adopt the motion. Que tous ceux qui appuient.
Those in favor of the motion will please say yea.
Those will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stand deferred until Monday, February 19, 2007, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. The honourable member for Edmonton Sherwood Park is raising a point of order.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to confirm when you went through all the yeas and all the nays, were you really certain that it was the nays that had it?
Frankly, the nays were louder than the yeas. The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip is rising on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if you sought it, if you would find unanimous consent to defer this vote until the end of government orders on Tuesday, February the 20th, instead of Monday, February the 19th.
Is there unanimous consent? So ordered. It being 3:26, this House stands adjourned until Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.